is Chairman Brawley, and Commissioners Floyd McKissick, Tommy Tucker, and John Gadja. I now call for hearing docket number W-354 sub 450 in the matter of application by Carolina Water Service of North Carolina. Sometimes we'll refer to them as the company, for authority to adjust and increase rates and charges for water and sewer utility service in all service areas of North Carolina, and for approval of a second water and sewer investment plan and docket, which is number W-354 sub 448. In the matter of the petition of Carolina Water Service, Inc. of North Carolina, for an accounting order authorizing the company to establish a regulatory asset and defer for subsequent recovery and rates, costs, and expenses associated with recovery from Hurricane Helene. Before we proceed, and as required by the Ethics Act, I remind members of the commission to avoid conflicts of interest and inquire at this time whether any commissioner has any known conflict of interest with respect to this docket. Seeing none, on July, let the record show that I have no such conflict has been indicated. On July 31, 2025, the company filed an application and testimony with the commission seeking authority to adjust and increase rates and charges for water and sewer utility service in all service areas in North Carolina, including for approval of a second water and sewer investment plan. In addition, they filed a petition for an accounting order authorizing the company to establish a regulatory asset and defer for subsequent recovery in rates, costs, and expenses associated with recovery from Hurricane Helene. On August 18th, 2025, the commission issued an order establishing a general rate case and suspending rates. In addition, Carolina Water filed a supplemental filing to the application. On September 26, 2025, the commission issued an order consolidating dockets, scheduling hearings, establishing procedural and filing requirements, and requiring customer notice. The order scheduled hearings for the purpose of taking public witness testimony in Newland, Charlotte, Jacksonville, Raleigh, and one virtual hearing. The order also scheduled a hearing for the purpose of taking expert witness testimonies for March 10th. On October 8th, 2025, the company filed a certificate of service showing that customer notice had been provided. On October 15th, 2025, the company filed updated information regarding its rate case application. On December 3rd, 2025, the commission issued an order scheduling additional public witness hearings and requiring customer notice. The order scheduled 2 more hearings for the purpose of taking public witness testimony in Mooresville and in New Bern. On December 10th, 2025, the commission issued an order amending the notice requirements for the additional public witness hearings and extending the deadline to respond to the reports created thereafter. On December 19th, 2025, Carolina Trace Association filed a petition to intervene, which it amended to include the Brandywine Owners Association and Abington homeowners on January 13th, 2026. The commission granted parties intervention on January 20th, 2026. February 2nd of this year, the commission issued an order canceling the New Bern public witness hearing. On February 4th, the commission issued an order rescheduling the New Bern public witness hearing. On February 6th, 2026, the public staff and interveners filed their direct testimony and exhibits. The public staff filed a motion of extension of time to file additional testimony, and the commission granted this motion. On February 9th, 2026, the public staff filed additional direct testimony and exhibits. The intervention and participation of the public staff in this proceeding is recognized pursuant to general statutes and commission rules. On February 25, 2026, the company filed a motion seeking an extension to file rebuttal testimony and notified that they were actively working toward a comprehensive settlement in this proceeding. On the 26th, the commission granted this motion. On March 5th, the company and the public staff filed an agreement and stipulation of settlement. The public staff also filed joint settlement testimony. The company, the public staff, and interveners filed a joint motion to excuse all witnesses. On March 6th, 2026, the commission issued an order postponing the expert witness hearing until today. The company also filed settlement panel testimony in support of stipulation. On March 9th, the commission issued an order granting the joint motion to excuse only one witness. That brings us to today. Now, in this regard, I want to first tell council that because of the short timing that was given to the commission, and so we came from 2 days of potential hearing down to 1 day. So, and we have not scheduled tomorrow to be an overflow day. If we had to have a second day, we would have to reschedule that. So I'm telling you that to give you notice to manage your witnesses, to make sure that they give direct and concise testimony, and otherwise manage how you all would like to manage this hearing, with the knowledge that we're going to end today at 5 o'clock, and we will or will not have a follow-up day depending on how far we get. So it's up to the question of the second day is in your hands. So now call upon the parties to announce their appearances, beginning with the applicant. Beginning with the applicant.
Thank you, Commissioner Vandervaart. I'm Joanne Sanford with the Sanford Law Office representing Carolina Water Service today. With me at council table are Nick D'Antonio and Charlotte Mitchell, co-counsel and employed by McGuire Woods Law Firm. Also with us at council table is Donald H. Denton, who is the state president of Carolina Water. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Good morning, Attorney James Fournier, staff attorney with public staff. On behalf of the using and consuming public, present at council's table with me are staff attorney David Newell, staff attorney Mr. Will Freeman, staff attorney Megan Yost.
Thank you. And then interveners?
Good morning, Presiding Commissioner Vandervaart. Peter Ledford of the law firm Warden Smith, appearing on behalf of Carolina Trace Association, Inc., the Brandywine Owners Association, Inc., and Abington Homeowners.
Mr. Ledford, am I right to think that you're representing all of the interveners?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. All right. Are there any preliminary motions that any party wants to make at this time?
Yes, Presiding Commissioner, if it suits you at this time, we'd like to move a few items into evidence that have been filed.
You want to move
Sure.
those items? Go ahead.
So the company moves that Carolina Water Service, Inc. of North Carolina's application and the associated Rule R117A and Form W1 items filed on July 31st, 2025, and as supplemented on August 18th, 2025, be admitted into the record for this proceeding.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
So moved.
Okay, the company also moves that the stipulation filed on March 5th, 2026, with stipulation exhibits 1 through 4, and the amended stipulation filed on March 10th, 2026, be admitted into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
So moved.
Okay. And then we have 7 customer reports that we'd like to put into evidence. Would you like me to do each one individually or as one big group for efficiency?
Does everybody know what he's talking about?
Yes, sir.
You can put them as one group.
Okay, thank you. So the company would move that the company's response to the Newland public hearing filed on November 17th, 2025, the Charlotte public hearing filed on November 18th, 2025, the Jacksonville public hearing filed on December 22nd, 2025, the Raleigh public hearing filed on January 20th, 2026, the virtual hearing filed on January 20th, 2026, the Mooresville hearing filed on February 11th, 2026, and the New Bern hearing filed on March 4th, 2026 be admitted into the record.
Any objection?
No objection. With the condition that the public staff's response to the reports is also admitted into the record.
You'll have an opportunity to do that. So moved. Go ahead.
And then one more housekeeping item, Commissioner Vandervaart. So the company filed yesterday corrected testimony of Mr. Dana Hill. And in that corrected testimony, we changed two words on one of the lines. We have copies of that because pursuant to the scheduling order, it was filed after 3 o'clock the day before the hearing. We can pass those out if you'd like, or we
Were there
could-
substantive changes?
they were not substantive. And we noted on the cover letter what those changes were, and I'd let council represent if they feel otherwise, though.
Okay, you okay?
No objections to the report. We were made aware of that this morning as well.
All right, so moved. Did you have some motions, Miss?
Bernier.
Yeah.
Uh,
Sorry.
The only motion is to move the public staff's verified response to the verified reports regarding the public witness hearings, which was filed on February 17th, 2026 into the record.
Any objections?
No objection.
So moved.
And Presiding Commissioner Vandevart, the commission has previously excused the appearance of witness Cheryl Christ on behalf of the interveners. I would also like to move the admission of witness Christ's pre-filed direct testimony consisting of 4 pages, including 1 attachment and 2 exhibits, and request that it be copied into the record at the appropriate time as if given orally from the stand, and that Ms. Christ's exhibits that were attached to her pre-filed testimony be admitted into evidence.
Any objections?
No.
So moved. All right. So, as usual, we're going to conduct this hearing in an efficient manner. And toward that end, I remind parties that the witness testimony summaries are to be filed with the commission in dockets W-354 sub 448A and W-354 sub 450A at least 2 business days before the witness appears to testify. We've done that. The testimony, witness should not read summaries of their testimony during the hearing. That's fine. Proposed orders and post-hearing briefs will be filed with the commission no later than April 10th, 2026. Per the agreement stipulation of settlement, the public staff and the company has waived the rights to cross-examine any witnesses with respect to their pre-filed testimony and exhibits. Therefore, the general purpose of this hearing is to answer commissioner questions. The parties will have further agreed upon the order of witnesses and may motion for the witnesses' pre-filed testimony and exhibits to be entered into the record prior to commissioner questions. After the commissioners have asked questions of the witnesses, the attorneys will have an opportunity to ask questions specifically related and limited to the commissioner's questions. Any attorney that wishes to ask questions on commissioner's questions will be required to first identify the commissioner that asked the question, restate the commissioner's question before asking his or her question. Follow that? The capacity of this hearing room is 96 people. We're going to take a lunch break at 12 o'clock. We will break and come back at 1:30. And as I said already, today's hearing will adjourn at 5 o'clock. So that is where we are. Ms. Sanford, you have your first witness?
Ms. Mitchell will call our witness. Thank you.
Company calls Dylan to send us to the stand.
Can you state your name, please?
Dylan DeSantis.
Mr. DeSantis, let me ask you to put your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth, nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Please have a seat. You want to go ahead?
Yes, please, sir.
Go
All
ahead.
right. Good morning, Mr. DeSantis. Would you please state your name and provide your address for the record?
Sure. My name's Dylan, D-Y-L-A-N, DeSantis, D'_A-S-C-E-N-D-I-S. My business address is 1820 Chapel Avenue West, Suite 300 in Cherry Hill, New Jersey, 08003.
All right, Mr. DeSantis, by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm a partner at Scott Madden, Inc.,
And whose behalf are you testifying this proceeding?
Carolina Water.
And did you cause to be pre-filed on July 31st, 2025 testimony in question and answer format consisting of 96 pages and 8 schedules?
Yes,
And do you have any changes or corrections to your testimony or schedules at this time?
I don't.
And if I were to ask you the same questions as set forth in your testimony, would your answers be the same today as provided in your pre-filed testimony?
They would.
All right, at this time, Presiding Commissioner Vandervaart, I ask that Mr. Diascendis's testimony be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand, and the schedules marked as for identification as they were when they were pre-filed.
Any objection? So moved.
All right, Mr. Diascendis is available for questions from the commission.
Suppose I'll go ahead and start. So in your direct testimony, you described that the new cost allocation methodology replaces the prior two-tier allocation method with a single three-factor methodology for allocating indirect costs. Can you quantify the difference in the amount of corporate support services costs allocated to the company under the prior cost allocation methodology compared to the new methodology?
Your Honor, I think that might be another testimony. This is rate of return.
No,
testimony.
sorry. I'm sorry. Let me ask you,
I thought you threw me for a loop there. That's-
yeah, you caught me. Sorry. Let me ask you this. What was the range of ROEs that you testified to?
Sure. So since there's there's 3 rate years and a base year, my unadjusted range of common equity cost rates went from 9. So if you're looking at page 9 of 96, I guess that would be the easiest way to point to. It'd be 976 up to 1082, and then the adjusted range would be from 986 to 1092.
And what did you base that on?
The results of my cost of equity models. Specifically, I took the midpoint of my analytical results, and then I added and subtracted 50 basis points to come up with my reasonable range.
And did you have a universe of other companies that you based your, I think you called them proxies, but maybe not?
Yes, sir. So I took the universe of publicly traded water companies as followed by Value Line, and then I applied selection criteria, and that was on pages 27 and 28 of my testimony. And from that group, I had a proxy group of 6 companies.
And can you tell me so 6 companies formed the basis of your analysis?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me how many of those companies operated in jurisdictions that had some sort of similar payment program as the WSIP here in North Carolina?
Yeah, I can. So I'm looking at the companies on lines 6 through 8. So you can just go through these, and I'll just go down the list for you. American States Water Company.
You don't have to.
All right. Well,
I just want to know, were you able to identify the jurisdictional contexts that these companies worked in?
yes. So generally, every single one of these companies in my proxy group, with the exception of Middlesex Water, has some sort of combination of forward test year, infrastructure rider, or decoupling. Middlesex does have an infrastructure rider, but they don't have fully a forecasted test year like you do in the WSIP here. But every other company has that type of mechanism, or at least like a I call it like a Voltron of mechanisms to get to a WISIP type mechanism.
And to try to generalize it a little bit more, you're saying that all of these companies more or less had the ability to get paid going forward rather than being reimbursed?
Yes, sir. And in preparation of rebuttal testimony, I did have an exhibit that showed that, but obviously we settled before our time to file rebuttal happened. So, but if you'd like that, we could offer that up as a on the record data request.
Yeah, that'd be great. I'd love to take a look at that.
Okay.
And just for the last question I have is your range, the settled value, just to help me place this number, the settled value is actually below the range that you recommended. Am I right about that?
Slightly below, but I think as stated in Mr. Walters and Mrs. Ackenhausen's testimony, the ROE is a negotiated figure and it's a part of a package. So it's kind of hard to.
And when you say it's a negotiated, I thought it was the last question. When you say it's negotiated, I get it that it's part of, but I mean, it's a number that every water company in similar water company has to arrive at. And it's a number that is supposed to reflect a number that is needed to attract investment.
I agree with that.
So there's probably a real answer, right? There's probably a real answer that a correct answer.
Yes, my correct answer is significantly higher than the 9.8
Right.
settlement.
I understand. I understand. So I just wanted to get an idea that even though there was give and take in the settlement, I mean, this is a number that is really meant to stand for the ability to successfully attract the amount of money that the company needs to do their to provide their service.
I agree that it has to be backed, and I think that my model results, especially my unadjusted model results, that starts with a 9.76, and the public staff, there's an overlap there, and it is at around 9.8. So I think that even though it's a negotiated settlement, there is support in the record for that 9.8.
Okay, that's all I've got. Chairman Brown? You can come later if you want.
I'm not sure that you're the person to answer this question, but we noticed that in the stipulation, there were several times the company took the public staff position. And I was curious as to whether the company's strategy was to ask for a higher rate of return to which the public staff agreed, and then give up recovery of cost so that at the end of the day, the number you received in margin was the same, but the apparent rate of return was higher to help the investment looking world to view Carolina Water more favorably. And that's just speculation on my part, but is that a possible, was that part of the strategy? Is that something you could say?
I was not involved in the negotiation, so I don't know how they came up with the give and take. So I would also be speculating on the strategy.
I understand the problem with the give and take is we never really know.
That's right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. McKissick?
I just have one or two questions of you. I mean, when in North Carolina, came up with statutes providing for multi-year rate plans. I mean, the logic was at that time that you get rid of the regulatory lag and you no longer have to go by historical costs and how long it's going to take to receive the money. So, I mean, if you are dealing in this type of regulatory environment and you're looking at what, say, returns ought to be, logically, intuitively, if you're getting that money up front and you know that you're getting it, it has to be a greater value attached to it than what it would be if it was an historical test year type of analysis. Would you agree with that, or what are your thoughts?
It's a really good question, and I agree with you intuitively that that if all else equal and you and this company was the only company that had this type of mechanism, it would make you have unique risk as compared to your proxy group, and then you would go on and say, all right, well, there should be a reduction in the margin. But there's two things I want to say about that. The first thing is that it's not unique. As I was talking to Commissioner Vandervaart, it's not, it's pretty common to have the infrastructure riders. It's pretty common to have forward test years, things like that in the proxy group companies. And then the second thing, and probably most important thing, is that these multi-year rate plans are still based on projections. They could be wrong, right? And that could be proven out with what, the actual earned return was for the company in these cases. And I know it's a pretty small sample size, but the rate year one, I think they returned 6.5, and that's, significantly below. And then rate year two, they returned 5.14, which is even worse. And it's not entirely stable, because some arguments are, well, this drops the volatility of the earnings too. So obviously lower volatility, lower risk. But from what we've seen in this limited sample size, the volatility is still there, and the earned returns are still not very close to what has been authorized. So there's a couple things, and I think it's just, you got forecasts, they're not set in stone, and sometimes things could move. And I think you could probably talk to the company panel as far as why they didn't earn or something like that. But that's what I see as far as risk is concerned.
Got it. And have you ever tried to, say, disaggregate the proxy groups to a point that you get something the most similar to North Carolina to see what the return would be? Because I gather, you have a proxy group that has different types of rate structures. So has that effort ever been exercised?
So we've tried. And that's another good question. We've tried, but the major issue is that because the further you disaggregate, the further you remove yourself from market data. So you're not getting, active markets. You're not getting publicly traded debt or equity. So if we found a mirror image of CWS, we wouldn't be able to say, all right, well, this is what investors expect, because it's so far down the chain that you can't really get a number on it.
Got it. And in terms of the median ROE that you've seen, what are you seeing right now if you would look at decisions that have been made, say, within the last 6 months, or in states that have a similar regulatory structure or something that's comparable to what would be accomplished with a multi-year rate plan?
Yeah, I mean, generally they're in that upper nines range, which, and I mean, you've already, I think recently the Aqua settlement was approved at 9.8. There generally it's within the area, it's above 9.5, but not 10 generally. So it's the sweet spot there. Obviously the current markets are not the same as what has happened even back in the Aqua order, right? Like the market data has changed. It's always going to change. And I mean, frankly, you don't know what the uncertainty with the war, I'm not going to say which way it's going to happen, or the potential war, that uncertainty creates risk, right? So you really can't look back all that much when it comes to ROE for, say, this company or the companies that come after us. It's more look at what the investors are expecting now, what are they requiring now, and these type of economic conditions. But generally it's riskier. I would say that it's more uncertain now than it was back then. I think you're probably right. If market conditions were not so different than what it was 12 months ago, you could use that as a benchmark, but I don't think that's the case here.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Any further questions?
Yep.
Commissioner Tucker?
Thank you, Commissioner Vandervaart, and thank you, sir, for being here. How many water companies do you do these type of presentations, do benchmark with proxy groups, et cetera? How many do you do across the country?
A fair amount. I testify, I would say in between a dozen and 20 a year
Okay.
for water companies around the country.
Okay, so you got a pretty good hands-on in touch with the capital requirements of all these independent water utility companies, I would think, right?
Generally, yes. It's a lot of building and compliance and things like that.
Well, I'll just ask general questions. You gave us a lot of information, and one of the things that I was drawn to by, excuse me, American Water Works, they say that the requirements for these companies, and I'll drill it back down to Carolina Water, it should be in the next 5 years, $15 to $16 billion.
If that's what they say, I mean, it is a lot. It is a lot. I do not do work for American Water, but I do know that they're very large and they have a lot of different, they have a lot of different needs for their jurisdictional utility. So I'm not surprised by that number.
But as big a company as it is, they're talking about spending roughly $3 billion annually in infrastructure improvements, et cetera. Their stock's good, their cash flow's good, their earnings are good, their credit's good. In respect to Carolina Water, if you read into Mr. Denton's testimony, capital expenditures are definitely going to be required. With your knowledge of 15 to 18 companies that you do work for, are all of them faced with degrading infrastructure where they're going to need more capital to go out in the market, capital markets, and borrow money to do the upfits necessary? Or do you look at Carolina Water as patchwork, doing what they need to do just to keep the systems going in their position financially, even with this 9.8, which I think is higher than what was requested, but those numbers start running together for me late at night. Like you said earlier, we read this at night before we come in. But what's your sense on that with Carolina Water, and then what's the sense with these utilities? Because Mr. Denton's talked to me about capital investments and requirement about having they've taken on, I think, 21 emergency operations for the commission at times. These are poorly maintained, and they are going to need capital to be able to do that. So these public hearings have gotten some more focus on what we do over here politically. Where do you think, if you can generate an answer out of that, Carolina Water is in their ability to be able to acquire capital to do the necessary upfits to the systems that they maintain now?
I'm going to try and get all of this.
Yeah.
So yes, generally around the country, there is a lot of replacement and remediation of water infrastructure. And that's mainly because you set a pipe down and it's good for 75 years. That time's up. And now when it was $1 a foot, and I'm making these numbers up, but now it's $100 a foot. So obviously they're going to have to compete for capital. The increased need for capital for everybody increases new competition for that capital. So the higher authorized ROE, the more attractive the investment is to equity investors that now have a plethora of alternative investments to have. Now, as far as patchwork versus, doing patchwork and preemptively doing, replacements is, and I'm sure Mr. Denton could talk about it a little bit better than I can, but the cost between being reactive and proactive are stark, right? Because if you're reactive, you're now in emergency operations. You have to spend faster under emergency. So the price of emergent issues are higher than planned replacements of things that are going to fail that they know. I don't, like I said, I don't know the capital planning piece of it, but I know as far as that is concerned, a company that is more proactive with their replacements and additions than reactive, the less cost it would be for customers ultimately. Because if you could only put off a replacement long enough until it blows, and then you're spending probably 2x of what you had to do. So that's kind of, I think I answered most of what you asked. Is there anything I
Yes, sir.
missed?
Yes, sir, that's fine. Just what is the interest rate going to be with this plethora of companies needing all this cash and capital? I know their financials play a tremendous part in equity players being able to invest, but I mean, I'm looking at where Carolina Water is and then where it is nationally, and all of them are in the same boat. Is that something I discern from what you're saying?
Well, as far as interest rates, are you talking about debt or equity?
Equity.
Okay. So equity is, there are some in the same boat, but there's also what can you earn, right? So what can you earn on that return? So I mean, every company can be authorized to 9.8, but if you're earning 5.14, if you're earning 6.5, that's not really a 9.8. Right. So it's one of those things where once investors dig deeper or go through those type of things, that's when you could start differentiating your capital and the quality of your investment.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all I have, sir.
Commissioner Gottlieb? Just one question. I think we got the public staff witness coming up, testify on their analysis of ROE. And you already testified that your range was whatever it was, 10-ish, and they were at 9-ish. So I guess my question is why did they come up with a different range than you did?
Well, I mean, reasonable people, given the same data, could pick different inputs. We aren't that different. I think the top of public staff's range was 9.9. The bottom of my range is 9.86. So there is a slight overlap, but
Sure, but if I look at the medians, they're a little bit apart, and
they are.
And if they're looking at the same universes, anyway, so you're just saying that there is some different people can come up with a different answer.
Yeah, I mean, I don't agree with a lot of stuff that they do. They don't agree with a lot of stuff that I do, and then you guys get to figure out which one's right.
Thought that's where we were going. All right, we're good. Do you all want to have questions on commissioners' questions?
No questions.
No questions.
Well, you are excused, and thanks for coming.
Thank you. See you guys later.
In Jersey.
Presiding Commissioner Vandervaart, if I may, I'd like to ask that the schedules filed with Mr. Diascendis's direct testimony be admitted to the record.
You're making that motion?
Yes, sir.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
So moved.
Thank you.
The public staff calls Chris Walters and Maggie Ackenhausen.
Ms. Ackenhausen. Ms. Ackenhausen and Mr. Walters, can I get you all to put your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear to the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Ms. Ackenhausen and Mr. Walters, you would agree with me that you're both here today testifying on behalf of the public staff? Yes. Mr. Walters, would you please state your name, business address, company you work for, and position with that company?
Sure. My name is Christopher, Christopher, Walters, Walters. I work at the firm Brubaker and Associates Incorporated. I'm a principal of the firm.
Thank you. Ms. Ackenhausen, would you please state your name, business address, company you work for, and position with that company?
My name is Magdalena Ackenhausen with the middle initial G.
Talk right into the microphone, please.
Thank you. My name is Magdalena Ackenhausen. I work for Brubaker and Associates, and this is in St. Louis, Missouri. And I am a consultant with the company.
You have the same address as Mr. Walters.
I do.
On February 6, 2026, did you both cause to be filed in docket number W-354 subs 448 and 450, pre-filed joint testimony in question and answer format consisting of 119 pages, which included confidential information, and also an Appendix A consisting of 3 pages setting forth the qualifications and experience of Mr. Walters, and also an Appendix B consisting of 3 pages setting forth the qualifications and experience of Ms. Ackenhausen, and also 17 exhibits.
Yes.
Yes.
And did you also cause to be filed a public version of your testimony from which the confidential information was redacted?
Yes.
Mr. Walters and Ms. Ackenhausen, on March 5th, 2026, did you cause to be filed in docket number 354, subs 448 and 450, pre-filed joint settlement testimony consisting of 10 pages with no appendices, no exhibits, and no confidential information?
Yes.
Mr. Walters and Ms. Ackenhausen, on March 6, 2026, did you cause to be filed in docket number 354, subs 448A and 450A, a summary of your pre-filed joint direct testimony?
Yes.
Mr. Walters and Ms. Ackenhausen, with respect to these documents that we've just discussed, that is the direct testimony, settlement testimony, and the summary, do you have any changes or corrections?
No.
No.
If I were to ask you the same questions today under oath, would you give the same answers and provide the same information as set forth in these filings, including the appendices and exhibits?
Yes.
Thank you both. Providing Commissioner Vandervaart, at this time, I would respectfully ask and move that the pre-filed direct joint testimony of witnesses Walters and Ackenhausen, including the appendices A and B, and also their pre-filed joint settlement testimony, and also their pre-filed summary, the direct settlement and summary be at the appropriate time and at the appropriate point in the record be entered into evidence and copied into the record as if given orally from the stand here today, with the confidential information to be filed under seal and the remainder to be filed publicly. And I would note for the commission and court reporter that the confidential information for these witnesses is only found on pages 38, 89, and 91 of their joint direct pre-filed testimony.
Thank you. Any objection? Mr. Ledford? So moved.
I would also respectfully request and move that these 17 exhibits attached to their pre-filed joint direct testimony be marked in the same manner as they were when filed, and I will move those into evidence and the record at the appropriate time.
Any objections?
No, sir.
So moved.
Thank you. I understand there's no questions by the parties, so these witnesses are available for commission questions.
Well, let me start, and either one of y'all can answer. I tried to ask the same question that Commissioner McKissick more eloquently asked later, which is, and again, this is all going toward why are you all coming up with a number, that a range that's different than the range that was given by the previous witness. And part of my question then to go down is did you all also use some sort of analysis that was based on a proxy universe of other water companies? And again, were you able to distinguish within those water companies which had similar jurisdictional provisions like the WSIP program here in North Carolina, and those that did not, or did you lump them all together, or how did that work?
Sure. Thanks for the question. We did do an analysis based on a proxy group of companies. I'll be albeit that proxy group was quite different than Mr. Diascendis. His group was only based on a universe of water utilities. In our opinion, the water utility universe has consolidated so much that there were only, by the time we got to do our analysis, there were only 4 publicly traded water companies available with data. So it is our practice to generally include in water utility rate cases, natural gas utilities as part of our proxy group, because they're in the provision of providing distribution services to their customer base. So they share a lot of similarities, albeit there are some differences. So we take that into consideration in measuring the cost of capital.
Okay, but hang on, just before you get that, I thought the previous witness had 6 companies in his universe, and you're saying there really should have only been 4?
Correct. Between the time he filed his testimony and the time we did our analysis, there was an announced merger and acquisition activity between 2 water companies, which would then eliminate them from proxy group consideration. So that dropped it down to 4.
If you had done maybe you didn't do this, if you had kept your universe to just those 4 and not included natural gas, which I understand that you have arguments for including natural gas distribution systems companies, but did you get a chance to do that analysis with just those 4 as your universe?
We looked at it on a consolidated basis, but we obviously take a look at what those numbers would be just.
I mean, only 4 of them, right?
Right. So they're very susceptible to either very low or higher
Sure.
numbers. So we did take into consideration, we did look at it, but we feel the more complete picture would be inclusive of the natural gas utilities.
So the number looked like it would have been higher.
Actually, the gas utilities brought it up higher.
So then I'm kind of confused.
Well, I mean, let me clarify, at least on the one model I'm looking at now, which is just the constant growth DCF model, which is exhibit ROR4. If you're looking at the average, it would be relatively consistent. The medians, maybe not so much.
Consistent with your answer or consistent with the previous witness's answer?
Consistent with, I'm sorry.
You said the median would be more or less.
Oh, I'm sorry, between the 2 groups within our proxy group. Like
So-
if you were to separate the water and gas.
Right. Oh, you'd get a similar answer.
Yeah, just looking at the averages about, but the medians might be a little bit different.
So okay, well, I'm still a little confused then because it sounds like he had 6, you had 4. There's a difference between his proposal and your proposal.
Right. We also do different models and we also have different inputs into those models. He has vastly different inputs to his risk premium method.
Okay, and so how about the question of, I mean, and I don't want to steal Commissioner McKissick's thunder, but he makes a very good point, which I was trying to make as well, which is, isn't it inherently a lower risk environment for a utility like this to be in a jurisdiction that provides for a multi-year type payment versus the reimbursement, the 3-year reimbursement model?
On the surface, I would agree with that. A program such as the WSIP with multi-years into the future for cost recovery, water utilities are also generally considered lower risk than, say, vertically integrated electric utilities or other utilities like that. But as Mr. Diascendis was talking about, there's also the ability to earn that rate of return that has to be taken into consideration too. So if they're authorized such a rate of return but not able to earn it, there's
well, hang on. I guess I'm having trouble following you there. All I'm asking is, if I've got a company in a jurisdiction that has a WSIP program, and then I've got a company similarly situated in one that does not, are you saying that the risk for capital is the same?
no, on the surface, I would agree that the one.
How about under the surface?
But then you're boiling down into, does that program really deliver the stable returns that it's projected to do so? But like I said, so on the surface or on the face, a program such as the WSIP should reduce risk or at least shift risk from shareholders to ratepayers.
And why wouldn't it? In practice, you're implying that in practice, it may not work out that way. Is that right?
Yeah, because I mean, if you're, again, there's a lot of uncertainty in forecasts. So that if their forecasts are off, or if
But they can always come in and take care of that, right? I
Agreed.
mean, okay, let me ask you, again, I think the Commissioner McKissick will do a better job, but let me ask a few questions. On figure 8 on page 80 of your pre-filed testimony shows methodology results ranging from approximately 7 to 11%. How did you end up coming from 7 to 11 to 9 to 9.9? Briefly.
yeah, so I would take like into consideration, if you will, so like for instance, the DCF mean, I apply 3 different DCF models.
DCF,
Just kind of cash flow.
right.
All right. So we do 2 different versions of the constant growth, which assumes growth into perpetuity. One is going to be based on analyst projections of earnings per share. And the other one's going to be based on the retained earnings method or the sustainable growth rate. And then we also do a multi-stage method. So we can take a look at like what the average of those means and medians are for each of those. This just shows the range of those means and medians.
Right, but you got a range of 7 to 11. How did you pare that down to a range of 9 to 9.9, I guess is what I'm asking.
I think the range of 9 to 9.9 captures the central tendencies of all the models.
I got
And then take into consideration the high end and low end outliers. That wouldn't necessarily make sense.
I get it. And your idea of including gas utilities, it kind of makes sense at the surface. Is that an accepted, are you all the only ones that have thought of that, or is that an accepted practice?
That's a pretty accepted practice. There's been several instances where several states have done so, whether they include, so we also include water utilities in our assessment of gas utility ROEs. So we're consistent in that approach, and that we've seen it in states like Illinois, Iowa, Kentucky, Arizona, and I'm sure there's several that I'm forgetting.
Okay.
But it is
Okay.
used in several states.
And I touched on this earlier, you had all the data, so you could do the analysis on just gas, just water, or both, right? Now, the water, your point is you really don't even have enough data there to do anything of statistical value, but you can look at them. And if I understood you correctly, when you looked at the 2 universes, just eyeball the 2 universes separately, the medians were roughly the same, but the ranges were not, or the other way around?
I was just when I was talking earlier, I was just in reference to one of our DCF models. The averages would have been roughly the same.
Averages being median?
The average, no, there's a
The average,
difference.
yes.
The average of the gas group and the average of the water group would have been relatively consistent. The medians of the gas versus water would be different.
Which was higher?
The median of well, let me just look at it real quick. See if I can give you a good answer.
It's like the gas, I will refer you to exhibit rate of return 4. And if you look at the water utilities, they come up front. Their cost of equity is slightly lower than the gas one.
Gotcha. Okay, the weighted least squares regression model you use for your risk premium methodology is based on annual average authorized ROEs and annual average long-term bond yields. Why did you not use more granular rate case data for your regression analysis?
Meaning, why did I not look at individual authorized ROEs?
Well, you wouldn't be able to do a least squares on individual, would you?
You could, but if you looked at individual ROEs, back in the 80s is when they had like significantly more authorized.
Oh, you're talking about in time then?
Yeah.
Okay, in time.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, okay, so let's assume that's right. Why didn't you go that route instead of putting them all lumping them all together? Why didn't you go backwards for an individual industry?
Yeah, it's a good question. And, so in individual years, you could have, depending on the jurisdictions that are having rate cases at you, could have a wide disparity of authorized rate ROEs. But you get a better, a more consistent and clear picture of what is being accepted across the country. Because you have some jurisdictions that are very divergent, and then some that are relatively consistent in the middle between them. And if in the instance where there's very few rate cases, that one high or low number could really drastically. And there's a lot of white noise in individual data too.
Of course there is, yeah.
So when you measure the central tendencies, you get a clear picture.
I get you. Do you take into account the fact that North Carolina is a high growth state? Does that enter into this at all?
A high growth state?
A lot of people coming to North
Yeah.
Carolina. Does that manifest itself in your analysis or no?
Not specifically.
You think it changes the risk profile? In other words, maybe developments aren't going to be deserted, like, in a state where everybody's leaving.
I think it's a lot harder to answer that because, while some states have higher growth in, say, residential, some of states are having a higher growth in industrials and they require different investment. So
Okay.
I think it's a lot.
But you didn't include it.
Not specifically that, no.
All right. Finally, as noted in your testimony, page 85, the method used
I'm
by.
sorry, I didn't hear the page number.
Sorry, page 85. The method used by the company to calculate its long-term debt in this proceeding is the same as that used by the company in the last rate case.
Is the method that they use to calculate the long-term debt rate the same in
No,
this case as it was the last case?
I'm saying that it is. You know what? Where the company used its parent company's cost rate of debt and capital structure, which was accepted by the public staff. But apparently you all didn't accept that in this case. Is that right?
I think it was done differently in the previous case than it is this case.
I might have bollocked this up. As noted in your testimony on page 85, the method used by the company to calculate its long-term debt in this proceeding is the same as that used by the company in the last rate case. So the premise is that they were the same. You don't agree with that?
It is the same.
It is the same.
Oh.
Okay, then you all deviated from that though, right? You accepted it last time. The public staff deviated from this position in this proceeding. Are you aware of that?
We were not involved in the previous proceeding.
There you go. Okay. Okay, Chairman Brawley, do you have any questions? Mr.
Just have one question for clarification of the record. If you were to isolate your proxy group to just the water companies, the ones that have a similar regulatory environment as North Carolina, and you would look at, say, the last 6 months or last year, what would be the median ROE that was established in similar type of rate case proceedings?
I don't have that data specifically
Okay.
because we're looking at holding companies here that have operations in multiple jurisdictions, which have multiple different cost recovery regimes. Not in the grand scheme of things, multi-year rate plans or something like formula rates are not necessarily widely adopted, but a lot of jurisdictions have other alternative rate making mechanisms such as capital trackers and other riders that also are with the intent to mitigate regulatory lag and the intent to stabilize earnings volatility. So getting down into exactly how the company is set up in this jurisdiction and finding it in another state or another jurisdiction is quite hard, just because there's different regimes across different states and how they regulate their companies. So I don't know that I would necessarily be able to get you that data. And also water companies are not very widely reported on. So data for water companies is hard to come by.
And I would also add, just like Mr. Walter said previously, at the beginning, Mr. DeSantis used 6 companies, and by the time we get to do the analysis, we were down to 4 companies. So within 6 months time frame, there could be a lot of consolidation in the industry.
Thank you. Tony. I was just trying to get some clarification, but it doesn't sound as if you really are able to disaggregate and come up with a similar enough proxy group that you could really provide any clarity.
Yeah, so like,
Mhm.
you know, the proxy group companies, the holding companies that are publicly traded,
Sure.
they probably have some companies that are, or operations that are relatively similar, but not necessarily all of their proxy companies.
And just this question, because you have the umbrella companies that are the holding companies, and then you go back to see what the specific entities are that the holding companies actually have. And that would be possible, wouldn't it? I mean, to actually go beyond the holding company level and go down to the individual entities or companies within that group.
You could, it would just be quite cumbersome, and you could still be missing some data too. Like I said, water utilities are not very widely reported on.
Got it. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Mhm.
Thank you, ma'am.
Just a quick follow-up on that. I mean, if you had a holding company that owned 2 water companies, one in state X, one in state Y, state X, and don't those individual companies have to go to their individual states for their rate hearings?
They would, yeah.
Right. So I mean, shouldn't there be a record of those rate proceedings?
There will be a record of those rate proceedings.
Okay. So that's really hard.
Going through their rate, their cost recovery mechanisms. I mean, it's just cumbersome is what I'm saying.
Okay. But it isn't the holding company that gets the rate. It's the individual. I mean, obviously, because, you know, it's the company it's the division in state X that is subject to state X's water regulations, and they're the ones who are trying to get the rate in that state, right? I mean, the holding company doesn't have any, and so then statewide, same thing, but you know, the laws may be different, and so, okay, so
Yeah, it's just that the holding company is the ones that have market data, which we have to use to.
I get you that. I see that. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Commissioner Tucker, do you have any questions? Mr. Gagnon? Okay, questions on commissioners' questions?
No questions from the public staff. Sorry.
You want, I have a few questions, just in
I'll-
case you want to reserve. Okay, if I may.
Have you all waived cross-examination on questions for commissioner questions?
No, just cross-examination of the witness, but we.
Gotcha. All right. we
Just, and I'll be very brief. Mr. Walters, you were asked a number of questions about sort of your recommendations in this proceeding and your proxy group, and the various companies used in your proxy group. Do you remember those questions?
I do.
Okay. Ultimately, though, the testimony you've proffered in this proceeding is, with respect to the settlement, is that you support the settled upon ROE. Isn't that the case?
Yes, we are in support of the settlement.
Okay. And can you just talk a little bit about why you have offered that testimony? Why do you believe that, I think your testimony, page 5, line 20 of the settlement testimony, is that settled ROE of 9.8 is consistent with Supreme Court decisions, et cetera. Can you expound on that? Why is 9.8 appropriate here?
Sure. Thank you for the question. As an initial matter, 9.8 does arrive within our range, albeit at the upper end. While we were not part of the negotiations and don't know what was discussed in those talks, ultimately the 9.8 is within our range. We believe it to support the company's financial integrity, access to capital, and is also commensurate with returns of enterprises of comparable risk. So that's the Hope and Bluefield standards is what it satisfies.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Walters. One more question. Is it your testimony that the analytical work that you perform for purposes of your participation in this proceeding supports the 9.8?
Yeah. So like I said, that the analysis we performed in this case supported a range. that we recommended of 9 to 9.9, and that 9.8 falls within that range.
Thank you. That's all I have.
No questions from the public staff.
You're excused. Thank you very
Have a great day.
much.
And if I may move their exhibits into evidence, Commissioner?
Let's see, we need.
Go ahead.
I would now respectfully request to move that these 17 exhibits of these witnesses that were previously marked be entered into evidence and made a part of the record at the appropriate times.
Any objection? No objection. So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, I think the company has a witness.
Yes, we do. The company now calls Donald Denton, Dante DeStefano, Matthew Schellinger, and Dana Hill to the stand, please.
All right, Mr. Schellinger and Mr. Denton, can I get you to put your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. So please be seated. And, oh, sorry. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Please be seated.
Good morning, Mr. Denton. Would you please state your name and business address for the record?
My name is Donald H. Denton III. Business address is 5821 Fairview Road, Suite 401, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28209.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I am Senior Vice President of the Northeast Utilities for Nexus Water Group, and I'm also President of Carolina Water Service of North Carolina.
Did you cause to be pre-filed in this docket on July 31st, 2025, 50 pages of direct testimony and 3 exhibits?
I did.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your testimony or exhibits?
I do not.
If I were to ask you the same questions that appear in your testimony today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Thank you. Mr. DeStefano, would you please state your name and business address for the record?
Yes, Dante DeStefano, business address is 500 West Monroe, Suite 3600, Chicago, Illinois. And my title is Director of Regulatory Affairs.
Okay. Director of Regulatory Affairs for Nexus Water Group, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Did you cause to be pre-filed in this docket on July 31st, 2025, 39 pages of direct testimony and 1 exhibit?
That's correct.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your testimony or exhibit?
No.
And if you were to be asked the same questions that appear in your testimony today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Mr. Schellinger, would you please state your name and business address for the record?
My name is Matthew Schellinger II. My business address is 5821 Fairview Road, Suite 400, Charlotte, North Carolina.
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm Vice President of Finance for Carolina Water Service.
And did you cause to be pre-filed in this docket on July 31st, 2025, 36 pages of direct testimony?
I did.
Do you have any changes or corrections to your testimony?
I do not.
If I were to ask you the same questions that appear in your testimony today, would your answers be the same?
Yes, they would.
Okay. And Mr. Hill, would you please state your name and business address for the record?
So, excuse me. So my name is Dana Hill. My business address is 5821 Fairview Road, Charlotte.
Thank you. By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I am a special projects manager for Carolina Water Service.
And did you cause to be pre-filed in this docket on July 31st, 2025, 31 pages of direct testimony?
I did.
Do you have any changes or corrections?
So as earlier noted, on March 10th, the company filed one correction to my direct testimony, page 10, line 19. The words phase 4 and 5 were removed and replaced with phase 3.
Okay, thank you. If I were to ask you the same questions that appear in your corrected testimony today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Okay, thank you. Presiding Commissioner Vandervaart, at this time, I move that the pre-filed direct testimonies of Mr. Denton, Mr. DeStefano, Mr. Schellinger, and Mr. Hill be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand, and that the direct exhibits of Mr. Denton and Mr. DeStefano be marked for identification as filed, as pre-filed.
Any objections?
No objections.
So moved.
Thank you. Presiding Commissioner Vandervaart, the witnesses are available for questions by the commission.
Thank you so much. Got a panel of 4 experts here. I'm just going to throw the questions out and you all can fight over them. So on page 6, lines 4 through 7 of your settlement testimony, you noted the company's agreement to retain the existing rate design ratio of 60, that's the base facility charge, to 40, which is the volumetric charge, correct?
I'm sorry, what page did you say?
Page 6. This is for uniform sewer rates, and to revise that ratio for uniform water system rates from 40/60 to 35/65.
Yes, Commissioner.
Familiar? What impact do you think this change to the water system ratio might have on the average residential customer?
In theory, the change to the ratio doesn't have any impact to the average residential customer because the average residential customer uses an average usage. Where it impacts would be those who are low users, right? They'll have a lower bill every month, or high users, they'll have a considerably higher bill every month.
Makes sense. What actions will the company take to communicate any approved changes to the rate designs to the customers beyond simply providing updated rate schedules to them?
Typically, we haven't had much additional communication surrounding a ratio design because that really, I think, is communicated to the customers when they see their new base facility charge and their new usage rates. So
You're not going to put a little flyer in their bill saying, by the way, we've changed the ratio? I mean, you didn't plan on that?
we didn't plan on that, and I'm not sure it communicates a lot extra, but we'll certainly take it back and think about it if the commission believes it's helpful.
On page 13 of the settlement agreement, the company and the public staff agreed to increase the purchased water and sewer-based facility charges proportional to the increase in the respective consolidated water and consolidated sewer revenue requirements. Does this address the subsidization concerns which the distribution and collection charges, which you withdraw in paragraph 43? If not, you understand what I'm saying? In 44, in 43, you withdraw what you have in 44. So if not, why not?
I think it's a step in the correct direction to start with that original subsidization concern. I don't believe that it goes as far as the distribution charge would have gone.
Are you able to describe what the bill impact of this change will be for the average purchase water, purchase sewer customer?
Yeah, the impact to the average purchase water, purchase sewer customer for this would be in the stipulation exhibits. If you'll give me a second. These impacts would be from stipulation exhibit 2, page 16 of 18. You can see the average bill impacts for each of the different purchase water systems associated with this change.
Could you read them, please?
Sure. For the Carolina Forest pass-through
Well, I
water.
mean, are they generally, what will they have?
Generally, all of the increases are between 9.4% and 16% for the base case, and then an additional 6% to 9% for WISP year 1.
Wow. Thank you. On page 13, paragraph 45, you noted that Carteret systems will be included in the revenue requirement for the consolidated water rate division, but that their rates shall remain unchanged until rate year 3 of the new WISP term. On the same page, in paragraph 46, You note that the Carteret system rates will immediately be 100% of the uniform water rates when this transition occurs. Explain why the company and the public staff agreed to an immediate transition of the uniform, 100% of the uniform water rates instead of a more gradual transition such as other systems have used.
Well, actually, that stems from the acquisition of the Carteret system and the order from the commission that we would freeze those rates for a period of time until the next rate case. That period basically would end in rate year 3. And so based on the order from the commission that we would freeze those rates until that period, we then would roll them into uniform. That's what we're proposing here. And we're
A bit of a shock though, right? It'll be a bit of a shock, right?
It's from a percentage basis, yes.
Yeah.
From an overall cost basis, they've been.
On page 13 to 14, paragraph 46, you provided the percentages for the different acquired systems that are to be consolidated within the company's uniform water and sewer rates if the settlement agreement is approved. How did the company and the public staff determine these percentages? And why should the commission approve their use for rate design in this proceeding instead of some other alternative?
Those percentages are largely just a product of negotiation with the public staff in order to get the parties comfortable with the rate increases year over year as they're transitioning towards a uniform consolidated rate.
So, okay, and take a look on page 14, paragraph 47. You agreed to maintain the existing customer rates for customers receiving service in the Bradfield Farms, Fairfield Harbor, and Treasure Cove service areas at 69% of the uniform water rates and at 82% of the uniform sewer rates. Explain why customers in these areas would continue to be charged the same percentage of uniform rates while customers in other service areas being consolidated in this proceeding would experience increases to the percentage of the uniform rates which they are charged.
Once again, that was largely a product of negotiation with the public staff. This was a particular point where the public staff witnesses felt strongly about the ratios for rate design.
All right. Do we have any other questions? Got one more. Late entrant. I guess this is for Mr. Schellenberg. You're answering all the questions just about anyway.
I'll do my best.
According to settlement item number 24, regarding the compound annual growth rate, the company does not apply a CAGR to base case expenses, but instead adjusts these expenses by 4.36% of CAGR for each WISP rate year, or by a specific growth rate identified by the public staff for certain expense categories. Regarding the growth rate for pension and other benefits, public staff testimony indicates that the 3-year average growth rate for pensions and other benefits was approximately 12.1%. However, the settlement appears to apply 12.5% CAGR for that category. Can you explain why the settlement adopted 12.5% rather than the public staff's recommended 3-year average of 12.1%?
Once again, the individual percentages applied as well as all of the other aspects of the CAGR were largely a product of settlement discussions with the public staff coming to a number that we all parties agreed was a reasonable percentage increase for that category. That is one of the categories we've seen that has been both highly volatile as well as has been increasing considerably larger and quicker than our other expense categories.
Well, so similarly, according to settlement items 9 through 33 regarding operational testing and PFAS testing adjustments, the parties agreed to adopt the public staff's position and reflect an average PFAS testing cost of $275 per test. However, it appears the public staff's recommended amounts of $303,000 for water and $337,000 for sewer differ from the amounts reflected in the settlement, which are $340,000 for water and $354,000 for sewer. Can you explain the difference there?
Actually, I can't. So the PFAS testing was actually an issue that through settlement we pushed back fairly strongly on. Public staff originally used an average of 3 tests that we had provided through Discovery, but one of the tests is actually not a viable test for the constituents that are needed. So we were pushed back and said, no, it really needs to be this higher number because that original test isn't going to be usable for these future testing requirements.
So you actually had a reason this time. Very good. In settlement item 21, the stipulating parties indicate that a $193,000 downward adjustment to Oracle and SAP expenses reflects the public staff's recommendation. However, public staff testimony identified adjustments of $39,000 in the base year and $240,000 in rate year 1. Would you explain the reason for the difference between those amounts and the $193,000 adjustment?
I don't have the public staff's adjustments in front of me specifically. Generally, the variances you'll see between the positions, though, largely have to do with the application of the CAGR. Because when the public staff provides a dollar adjustment, it's both an adjustment for something as well as an adjustment for CAGR. So you end up with variances for virtually every category because we've now separated CAGR from everything else. And now here's your individual adjustment, and CAGR's off in its own bucket over here.
Gotcha. All right, that's all the questions I had. Chairman Brawley? Commissioner Tucker?
Thank you, Commissioner Vandervaart. Gentlemen, thank you for being here today. I'm going to probably deviate a little bit from the financial side of it. However, state for the record what your total increase is for year 1, cumulatively 1, 2, and 3. What would be the total increase you're asking for?
The total increase that we requested is our application. Or
Just
as a
add
result of
one, excuse me, I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Sorry. I believe you said what we asked for. I just want to confirm you're looking for the result of the settlement or what we actually requested in the application.
Result of the settlement with year 1, 2, and 3 total. You front load the first year and then the second and third year under statute, I guess.
Yes, sir. So these numbers are reflected in Schedule 2, page 18 of 18. The increase in, I'm gonna have to do some math, I apologize, to get the cumulative numbers. You'll give me a minute.
Please.
Always a little hesitant to do math on the stand, Commissioner, but if I've done my math correctly, over the 3-year period, it'll be a cumulative increase of $23,079,000 in revenue.
Percent increase, please.
I believe it's approximately 40% over the 3-year period.
Yeah, 40% increase?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you for that. First of all, let me say again, I appreciate Carolina Water taking over the emergency operations at this commission, and the customers have presented to you to take over situations that are very difficult with dilapidated systems. I recall in your testimony, I think, Mr. Denton, there were 21, if I'm correct, 18 and then 6 additional, whatever. So I want you to know that as a commissioner, in a position it puts you and us in, and the customers more importantly, I appreciate you doing that. However, I am going to probably concentrate, Mr. Denton, with the questions towards you that staff has given me, plus also from my own experience. And I'll preface the beginning of it by saying I attended both the Jacksonville and was a presiding commissioner in New Bern. And you were not at either one of them, I think. Perhaps you at Jacksonville, I don't remember. If you may have been, you were not there in New Bern, which, you know, you've got a schedule. And I also realized too, through reading your testimony, that you are now in charge of coverage for 9 states. Is that correct?
8 states.
8 states?
Yes.
8 states. So you've got jet lag and probably might have lost some focus on North Carolina of recent, but it's my understanding from your testimony that the merger will be completed midsummer of this year and that you will solely be responsible for just North Carolina. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Staff has shared with me that through public staff in the last 3 years, they have received over 1,100 complaints about Carolina Water Service. Now, let me also state that some of those complaints are warranted and some of them are not warranted because of the fact that you're under the guidelines of the American Water Act. And I'll say on the front end, having attended both those public hearings and talked with those folks, I believe there is a very definite communication problem among the customers. We had public witness hearings and also up in Statesville. I have been here 2 years and it cannot in memory believe that I've had a call from any legislator about the commission's work until the last 3 or 4 months. 3 senators, 2 House members, after they attended public witness hearings about the complaints they have about Carolina Water Service. So I want to go through this and then give you the opportunity to respond in fairness. I do think that Carolina Water is at times, perhaps all the time, compared to municipalities and the guidelines that they work under, which you have a totally different set of guidelines and opportunities for capital. I remember back in the day when I was a county commissioner, Union County has the largest water and sewer service of any county in the state. And I would get complaints from people about arsenic in their wells, et cetera. But your water is under the act. You follow those guidelines and nothing more. And many of the complaints were received because you do the basic minimum that's required by law and statute. People don't understand that if they are to eliminate iron and manganese and spoiled egg smell out of their water, that can be done, but there's a cost with that. So I do want to say that you don't have the opportunity for enterprise fund or revenue bonds like the municipalities have that just get a wave of cash, nor do you get the size of grants that the municipalities get. And you're an independent for-profit shareholder-owned company versus a government entity. So I say all that up to try to set this up to be fair. Now, with 1,100 complaints, the commission received testimony from public witnesses across most of your service areas describing recurring issues. Some of these people that talk to me and the other commissioners have been dealing with this 15 years, 10 years, the problems. We heard about water heaters that are having to be replaced, although water heaters need to be replaced over time because they build up on the bottom and they need to be flushed every 6 months, which most people don't do and don't know to do. The customers that complain the most about water quality don't understand that you have a guideline and you meet that minimum standard of safety of the water, but you don't take out iron, manganese, and all the other things that create the problems with the water you know, being where to the point that they can't because of smell or the brown water or whatever, they won't drink it. So they go outside and they complain to us about having water services. They complain to us about filtration systems that they've had to put in their house. And so it's a lot of people that have tons of complaints. In the Newbern meeting, I was even taken back where they insinuated that the commission scheduled the public witness hearing in the courthouse versus having it in a bigger venue, that they could get elderly people there if it was closer and get approximately 400 people in there. And I told the gentleman, we don't do that. We're scheduled here at the courthouse. We generally have them in those confines. However, in that meeting, there were 80 some people, just like there was in Jacksonville, just like there was in Mooresville. So, like in the movie Cool Hand Luke, we have a failure to communicate. Those people really don't understand what they're up against or what you're up against. So that's what I know, and I understand, I think, both sides of it. But the water odor, the low pressure, the hard water, the discolored water, and then you want a 40% increase, and they can't see where anything's getting better from where they're sitting, that it's been increase after increase after increase. Of course, you're trying to raise capital, required to make a return on equity. They don't understand that. They're begging us not to approve this increase. Mr. Denton, I know you've heard everything I'm getting ready to say because they've gone over it with you. Your name was mentioned numerous times. You have been there, but I've never seen, well, let me back up. There's a lot of confusion and a lot of customers that are not very happy with your service and your water quality. Now, I was in Washington a couple of maybe a month or so ago, and I was sitting with some water executives. They made a statement to me that they thought water quality services through independent water and sewer companies in the U.S. at best was a C-, and that the sewer at best in America, taking into consideration anything else, that the sewer service was a D-. And so with that in mind, I thought to myself, having been to those hearings, that that's the way it is, and that's an accepted standard, that we can't do any better. And this was multiple executives from 3 different companies that were just espousing about that, one out of New Jersey, I recall, and others. Mr. Denton, is that a true statement, or do you believe that?
I would say that, well, definitely not for our company. From a primary water quality standard and also on the sewer side, this commission has set performance-based metrics for us to benchmark against. And we've either met or exceeded those metrics in both year 1 and year 2. And I will predict in year 3, our own internal water metric, we're 100% in compliance for the past 10 months straight.
Well, I hear that. I hear that, Mr. Denton, but what does that mean to your customers? They don't understand your compliance about 100%. I saw and read in the customers that were visited after we had that public hearing, you came in and rapid fired on the ones that were the most predominant ones in the testimonies, and you went to them and basically said, refer to table G and F or whatever it was, and that your water's 100% safe. And they're smelling, they're seeing brown water. I don't know where the brown water's due to not flushing enough. I have no idea. I'm not a water expert, but we really have a problem to communicate with this. And this thing is getting bigger than I want it to get, because when that building over there starts coming over here, it's really a problem for the commission and the work that we do. And I've been here 2 years again, and I've never received a call from politicians until now about the quality of service of any entity that we regulate. And I try to explain to them what's going on, and some of them understand it, but really what they want is those customers off their back, their constituents, their voters, et cetera. The commission recognizes that Carolina Water may be in technical compliance with the water quality and environmental standards in many or even in most cases, and you say 100%. But compliance with a legal floor does not necessarily equate to acceptable service from the customer standpoint. They don't understand it. They really don't. That entire, you're getting ready to embark on PFAS, and the expense of PFAS, not one time out of well over 100 people that testified between Jacksonville and New Bern did they mention PFAS. They don't even know that's coming. They don't even understand why you need a 40% increase to comply with what the feds have made you do. That they simply do not understand it. They have not been explained to them, and a 3-page, 4-page letter to the customers is not there. So, I mean, I don't know how we get past this. I don't want to go back down there in 2 years and see nothing has been done and go back to these next time you have a rate case in 3 years, the same olds there, sir. And we can't do it. Yet in your testimony, you say that your complaint ratio, you talked about metrics just a moment ago, is only 42 customers complaining out of 1,000. Well, I can really blow that one out of the water if we want to go to Jacksonville or New Bern or Newland or Statesville. We can blow that metric completely out of the water. So I don't know.
If I may, Commissioner,
You know, I don't know what to do. I mean, really, I don't. Chair Brawley was with me. Commissioner McKissick was with me. Your staff in New Bern left right after the meeting. They're supposed to be around to answer questions. You know why an individual told me they left? They would have stayed if somebody asked them questions, but they said there's no point in asking your local staff questions because they've talked to them until they're blue in the face and they didn't have any more to say to them. So your guys just left right after the meeting. It is a real problem, Mr. Denton, and to overlook 1,100 complaints and to not understand and have the customer service that's necessary to move forward here, in my mind, is unacceptable. It seems to me that you could put all of those 1,100 complaints or whatever you have in 3 buckets over 3 years. The worst ones that need to be identified, the second ones, you know, the not so imminent need to have them there, and the third ones just have to be put in a place where they have to be in a hold pattern. Now, and I'm gonna let you speak, but I know you're putting in 2028 in these communities or in Fairfield at least a new water tank. $6 or $8 million expenditure. They can see that. They can see the reason for the increase, but they got to wait 2 more years for that. I know that there's something going in 27 that's supposed to improve water quality. I know in your testimony that you went to Fairfield years back and said, group, you know, I'm sorry, but we meet the safe water standards. But if you want us to take the iron and the manganese and all the other chemicals and contaminants out, then, you know, we can do that, but it's going to be a cost to you. And then they did not, they just forgot it, ignored it, or whatever. Nobody in those meetings mentioned that you would ever come before them to talk about that. So they're always a rest of the story. I know you to be a straight up guy. I've never had any doubt about that. Good old Georgia Tech boy, you can't lie. But you, well, maybe they can. But you need to help this commission or help me understand what we're going through here. I mean, it's a major problem. I got more questions, but I'll let you have the floor, sir.
well, I appreciate it. We had a lot of customers come to these meetings, more than we've had in the past, for a long time, at least since I've been with the company. And a lot of the complaints, as you mentioned, are what we would deem as secondary water quality related issues. We're meeting the primary water quality requirements. Secondary water quality issues are those that don't have a threshold set that is a mandatory threshold for treatment. However, in this capital investment plan, we have secondary water quality projects. We have included secondary water quality projects in this capital plan to address a lot of the issues that have been raised by the customers in these customer hearings. We've heard them previously. As you mentioned, we have gone down to Fairfield. We have had these, conversations with customers in the past. And this will be the first time since I've been with the company that we've included secondary water quality at this level and scale in any of our capital plans. So to your point, we are addressing it as part of this case. We are going to be going out. We are going to be putting in the filtration, the hardness. Those are part of this. Now, the other part you brought up was communication. We are actively trying to re-engage with the HOAs, setting up calendar meetings on a quarterly basis, if not more frequently, to inform them of our status, these projects. A lot of times we're in the communities doing projects and they don't see it. And a lot of times out of sight, out of mind is actually good. But at the same time, when you get hearing, they come and say, well, they haven't been in our community. They haven't done anything. Well, it's not that we haven't done anything. It's just that you haven't seen us doing it. And so communication is something we are looking to improve with our customer groups and our customers across the board.
Well, looking to improve and taking a new approach is all verbs that don't have any action to me. I don't want to micromanage your business, but with the tenure of complaints and as long as they've been out there with these folks, do we open a docket and put every one of the complaints in and the address and make you go see every one of these folks and create that expense for you? I don't want to micromanage your business, but by golly, something's going to get done here somehow. And that's the only teeth I see that we can put into it to make you adhere to it. How do I explain to those 200 people that feel the way they feel from lack of a communication, lack of understanding, that this commission with a settlement, which we have very little input into because of negotiations of give and take, we get that all the time, as the chair said, and we don't know what went on, and we approve this, and we're approving a 40% increase, and nothing changes. I don't know how, what would you do? Let me ask you, what do you explain to a customer that has these complaints? Say it's a legitimate complaint that's been sitting out there for a couple of years and you're asking for a 40% increase. And what do you tell that customer who's had problems? You try to address the problems or you haven't gotten there. I mean, it's impossible to get to all the customers, I guess. What do you say to them?
Well, first, in each of the customers that testified, we did go to their residences and met with them. Our operations team did go meet with them, took water samples, whatever the complaint was. We went and met with them. If it was a water quality related issue, we did do that.
To all of them in Newbern?
All of them, the ones that testified, the ones that we had where we had a record of what the complaint was. The ones that was a quality. We did that for each of the customer hearings, every one of them. And so we did do that. And I would say that when customers do call in with complaints through our customer call center, our operations teams do get what we call a field activity, an FA, and they go out and meet with the customers. They do. And say, what is, the issue, if the issue is water quality or if they've got a leaking meter or whatever, right? Now, our operations teams does that on a regular basis. So I think that to your point earlier, though, when we look to this cost increase, and we get it significant from the standpoint of 40%, right? But it is the cost that is in our cost plan to meet the requirements to provide safe and quality water and wastewater service. And as part of that, I think there are other things that you and I have talked about opportunities for potential legislation that could help offset some of these costs. We're chasing SRF funds, left and right. I think we got 7.5. Well, we just got another award last week. And so we're trying to offset these costs in those areas. you know, one of the things, we have $2.5 million of, in this plan for a project, which is a DOT project, where we have to pay the DOT for the DOT to relocate a water line 3 feet to the right because they're widening a road. Municipalities don't have to do that. I mean, it's, the DOT covers that cost. We have to cover the cost here. And so a lot of those type of things we think we can change, and that will benefit the customers, right, in the future. We want to be able to do those things. We're also looking, as part of offsetting our cost basis, right, is growth. Growth is key. Because the larger we get, the broader the base is, we can spread the fixed price across. I mean,
And the complaints, you can spread them, add some more to it.
well, that the piece about the growth is that a lot of the growth is greenfield growth, new developer growth, where the assets are contributed. And what we're seeing is a lot of the assets that were contributed 30, 40, 50 years ago, we're having to replace those assets with new assets. Well, those assets were originally contributed at zero cost basis. We're now having to pay current market price for new assets to replace those assets. And that's also driving this cost up across the board as the infrastructure ages out. And we do take it to heart of the number of complaints and how loud it's gotten. Believe me, we have and are working towards resolving these issues, and why we've included these secondary water quality projects in this SIP. And we are actively meeting with HOAs, trying to explain what we are doing, what we're doing to improve their service, and listen to them on a regular basis.
Well, I don't know if it's appropriate. I'll go with you back to New Bern. I'll go with you back to Jacksonville. I'll go there and sit and listen when you have these homeowners meetings as a commissioner, because they are pleading with us to do something because they think we're the last stop effort. And, you know, we have a settlement here. I don't know how to hold your feet to the fire. I don't want to hold your feet to the fire. I want to take your word for it that you're doing something about it. But I'm telling you, you got the other building riled up and you got me riled up and the rest of the commissioners that have to listen and understand and be accused of being in bed with Carolina Water to turn around and give you a 40% increase. So these cynical thought processes, and it's easy to beat on a utility. It's easy to, when you're in public service, to get blamed for things. And I'm a big boy, I can handle that part of it. But, you know, these are real and impassioned things that I want to see somewhat taken care of. I know you can't take care of all of them, but some of them taken, a majority of them taken. I mean, 1,100 complaints over 3 years, maybe 500 of them are real and the other 600 are not. But at least try to make some sort of effort. I'm going to pass the baton to my commissioner to my left, Commissioner God, and let him ask you a couple of questions that he has, if it's okay, and then come back to me, sir. Okay, go ahead, sir. Okay.
Commissioner, you just want to go ahead, or up to you? Yeah.
And I just have a couple of questions, sir. And I hear that the depth of concern that's been articulated by Commissioner Tucker, and I'm sure you've gone through these public hearings that we officiate over for many years, and you saw the breadth and depth of people that came out in these particular public hearings. And of course, I might say the intensity and passion of some of their concerns is greater than I've seen in the past. So I have great sympathy for what I'm hearing in terms of those concerns being expressed about the secondary water quality issues in particular. And I hear you state that in the WIS that's before us right now and in the settlement, there are certain projects that you would classify and identify as secondary water quality projects that would go above and beyond what you're required to implement in terms of projects to meet your primary water quality standards. So I guess and I also hear you state that you already have a plan underway to meet with the HOAs and to improve communication. So what occurs to me is, to what extent would Carolina Water, assuming public staff was also in agreement, agree to some type of further stipulation that could identify these specific water quality projects that are addressing the secondary water quality issues, and which formalizes these meetings that you anticipate will be taking place with the homeowners associations, that would more succinctly be something that could be pointed to, that goes above and beyond what we presently have? But it sounds like it's already in the works. Is that something that you would be open to?
It is.
Okay. And then secondarily, I think one thing that I think that occurs, you have metrics that are already in place. You have processes that are already in place where Carolina Water is having regular, consistent communications with the public staff about a broad varieties of these issues. But that information does not get back to us as commissioners. And of course, the public looks to us as commissioners to keep track and to monitor and to look out for that public interest that so passionately is addressed by the ratepayers that come to these public hearings. Would you have any problem in some type of further stipulation, making certain that the reports that are already, sounds like are going to be done, that a lot of those findings come back to us as commissioners?
We'd definitely be open to that.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Gatto?
Yep. Thank you. My questions kind of surrounds a little bit about what Commissioner McKissick was talking about, but I think a little different, kind of adequacy of reporting requirements. So Commissioner Tucker was talking about recent public testimony. I won't go back over that. And you've said you followed up with those customers. Complaints like this might suggest that issues may or may not be captured by existing reporting mechanisms. Can you speak to the potential for disconnects between what customers are telling this commission at hearings and what the commission sees or the other reports through its normal oversight channels? So really what I'm interested in is with the current reporting that's done, do you feel like there are deficiencies in that reporting that would better capture customer experience?
Well, are you looking something up? Yeah. 1 second.
Yeah. One of our current performance metrics that we've reported on through WISP rate years 1 and 2, and we'll be reporting on through rate year 3 as well, is performance metric number 4, water service quality customer complaints. That's the 40 number that Commissioner Tucker referenced earlier. And in that reporting, we provide the total number of complaints to public staff. Underlying that reporting is the basis of that complaint. Is it quality? Is it leaks? It's, what generated that call? What generated that field activity, if you will? So there is underlying data. We are already reporting, if you will, to the commission. Hey, we have 1,500 complaints, right? Like, it's just underlying that is obviously a lot more data and information.
Okay, no, thank you. Kind of related, but so beyond the metrics, in that case, that's kind of, you just mentioned specific data for individual complaints. I know there's also I think number 5, there's tracking outages per 1,000 and that sort of thing. But beyond those current tracking metrics, are you aware of any other industry standard or accepted customer experience metrics used by water and wastewater companies that you may not currently be using or are not reporting to the public staff or commission?
I'm sure there are quite a few that are out there that others are using. Obviously, this is what we've agreed upon, but we're open to suggestions of what the commission would like to see with regards to the data sets that we have available today.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think would be interested in anything that is from a benchmarking perspective that you're familiar with in the industry. But yes, thank you. All right, I think I've just got one other. So several witnesses, public witnesses, have testified about what they describe as frequent or prolonged water outages, along with frustration about inadequate notice or communication from the company when those outages occur. Can you speak to the frequency and causes of outages in the system that are most often cited by complainants? So, and this could open up a can of worms, but really what I'm trying to get to is, are there specific types of outages that, that you feel like are often cited by complainants, and that you might want to speak to?
Yeah, yes, sir. Thank you. So I may not have understood your question, but just stop me if I'm going in the wrong direction. But so when we talk about the leaks and these things that result in an outage, I think there's a couple of ways that we would talk about those in terms of how much notice we can give customers of that outage. You may have a break that's considered fairly small, may just be surfacing the street, if you will. We can make plans for those repairs and make those customers aware that there'll be an outage for X number of hours on an estimate, right? And then you have those breaks that you don't have those luxuries where, either the break is severe enough so that service is interrupted downstream and we've already got customers out, maybe damaging road infrastructure and those types of things where, we just have to shut the water down and make the repair and don't necessarily, again, have that luxury of any pre-notice. I don't know if that answers your question at all, but
No, I think it mostly does. In those sorts of more major situations that you mentioned, is part of your normal communications to customers, things like estimated time of restoration and understanding there can't be pre-notice when it's severe like that and their service goes out somewhat immediately. But are there follow-up communications like estimated time of restoration and that sort of thing?
I would probably defer. I'm not quite as familiar with that customer facing technology.
We don't currently have like an e-tour that, you'd see from a Duke or someone like that. What we would end up doing is sending the notice out saying we're working on this, and the notice says expected, that this is going to be out. And then we would give notice that when we're close to restoration that we've taken samples, right? That goes out and says, whether it's if it was like an advisory, like a boil water advisory, that would go out, that we would then say, this is an advisory. It's not a notice. Notice is required. Advisory is just advised that you go ahead and boil. And then we would send out a rescind notice that was once the work was completed and the test came back as acceptable.
Okay, great. Just one more. Can you speak to how you historically perform asset management practices and any other changes or improvements you've made to asset management practices? When I use that term, I'm referring to practices where you're, say, doing database tracking of asset ages or other forms of reliability-centered maintenance.
Sure. Asset management is an area that we continue to refine, but we do track our assets through OMS program, operations maintenance, computerized program, where we've gone through and understanding a lot of these systems, the majority of these systems we don't receive as brand new systems. So a lot of information we have to go back and build on those assets, underground assets particularly. But we do database list those assets. We track as best we can date of install, life expectancy, the number of leaks in a particular section of line, the number of sewer overflows, whatever those things are. And we look at that information, again, taking into account how old the infrastructure is, how many issues has there been in with that particular asset. And that feeds itself into our capital improvement plan as we may have projects listed in a CIP that we anticipate needing to happen, but the review of that asset management data may push out a lesser important or a lesser urgent project so that, new upgrades or new replacements can take place.
Really quick follow-up on that is, Is that sort of tracking and say the database and that sort of work that you do, is that something that you've just inherently refined within Carolina Water, or is that done on a standardized basis across the, the larger company, the holding company and whatnot?
So I'd say both.
Okay.
We, as a larger company-wide effort, we have a standard practice. Again, this is very much a work in progress, but we also track North Carolina assets a little closer through maybe other means. I like a spreadsheet, right? So, in addition to the OMS equipment and assets that we have, we're also tracking more in a manual way at this point to make sure we're making contact.
Commissioner Tucker.
Just a couple more quick questions. I'm not going to browbeat you anymore about the customer issues we have, but the offer stands. I'll be glad to go to one of those heated homeowner meetings before. I started my political career as a president of a homeowners association, which is probably the toughest job I've ever had in politics after 20 years. So I know what it can get into, but guys, we got issues that we need to address, and I don't know how we explain a 40% increase. Ms. Sledger, let me go over here and ask you one quick question. I have a tab here. On page 19 of 39, your testimony. No, that's the wrong. No. I'm sorry, Mr. Destano.
Stefano, yes.
I'm sorry, my Italian's not that good. On your testimony, page 19.
Oh, you got?
Oh, no, all right, I had it. I don't. Sorry, we're sharing books.
So say this one a bit.
The question's gonna come about the CAP program.
Sure.
Yeah, 19.
Okay.
There's a pretty large paragraph there under the regulatory condition number 34, which reads as follows. Can you explain that to me in two reasons? One, what does it mean? And secondly, can the expense of a CAP program be recovered in future rate cases?
So a little bit of background on this, I guess, is this condition came about from the parent company merger that happened was effective in April 2024. This docket was, I think, November of 23. This order came out, if I remember correctly. So this was one of several conditions that came out of that with our settlement in that docket with public staff. The intent here was, I think, to lead into this rate case, basically, that we would commit to proposing a mechanism, a customer assistance program that would be considered in this docket. And it sets out some parameters for how we would present that. So that led to the presentation that I described further in my testimony.
So you're going to do a pilot program? Is that what I understood this language to mean?
We weren't terming it a pilot program. We were hoping to make it a kind of an initial program and make it sustainable. Our position on this is that we think something like a customer assistance program like this is best served as an ongoing program for ongoing need. So having something like a pilot, it can be obviously subject to change or tweaks, as we go, as we learn more and refine it. That's obviously valuable and beneficial to everybody. But we're hoping if we do establish something, it's something that can be done on an ongoing basis.
So who pays for the expenses of the CAP program? Shareholders?
The way we proposed it is that the costs or the credits that would be given through the customer assistance program as credits on people's bills would be included in the revenue requirement. So it would be part of the revenue requirement calculation. We designed the program to be as minimally administrative burdensome as possible for the company to lower our costs for administrating it as much as possible, so that would limit the inclusion of costs in the rate case.
Well, I see that's pretty much a standard 130% of federal poverty level, those kind of things. But that language tells me that ratepayers are going to be paying for your future cap program, so you can recover the expense of supplementing those bills for those people who can't pay. Is that correct?
We did propose it that way. And just to be clear, in the settlement, we've withdrawn this proposal, so there's not anything on the table via the settlement. But as far as how we proposed it to be included in the revenue requirement calculations.
So the ratepayers will pay for this, correct?
The credits would be offset by the rest of the rates, yes.
Okay, well, I thought I read that you could capture that at a later date. But I understand that it's a different deal, but I just wanted to address it because I saw it in your testimony last night. So I just wanted to ask that about it. Well, that's all the questions I have.
Okay.
Commissioner Vanderbilt.
Commissioner McKissick?
Yeah, and I'll just address this to the panel. I believe on page 12 of the settlement agreement or stipulation, paragraph number 38, it states that the customer assistance program proposal is being withdrawn at this time. Is that correct?
As part of the settlement, yeah, it wouldn't be established. That's right.
I just want to clarify that for purposes of the record. Personally, I like customer assistance programs. I will say that I do believe that they are meritorious, but I understand that it has been withdrawn, and that's one of the conditions. I'll switch gears a bit. The thing I did want to state for the record is that we've focused a lot of time and attention on the public hearings and the comments that came forward in those public hearings. And I do want to state that I know that I and many of the other commissioners have reviewed the responses that have been filed. I think the one that was filed in connection with the New Bern public hearing ran probably 40 pages. I thought it was very thorough. I thought it was very insightful. So notwithstanding concerns that we have articulated, I do want to acknowledge the fact that there is a clear record of what your responses have been to the concerns that were raised in all of these public hearings. And I appreciate the information and content that's been provided in connection with those particular concerns.
Thank you, Chairman Braun.
Thank you, Mr. Denton. This will be quick. What I really want to do is read back what I think I heard and confirm it. That you have situations where you're making repairs on your lines. You have completed the repairs and believe you have done so without compromising the quality of the water. However, you will issue a boiled water advisory, and that is to encourage people to boil their water just in case, while you wait for the test results to know that the water is safe.
That's correct.
Okay, so it's not a case of where you're sending water that you doubt is safe. You just have not yet proven it is safe.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Tucker.
Thank you, Commissioner Vanderbilt. Just a couple more questions. I keep read this. Mr. Denton, is there a major investment in one or both or of those communities that we've talked about with customer complaints? Isn't there a major investment in 2027
I'd have
to be completed? Did I read that somewhere?
I think that's correct, but we can pull up the actual project.
I moved to one other question. You're putting that water tank in, which is a $6 or $7 million investment in 2028, right?
I believe that's correct.
Yeah, it's what I read. So do these people that we sat in those public hearings, do they know that's coming? Because what you're doing there by elevating the water tanks, eliminating water pressure issues. Do they even know that? Never one time was it mentioned. Or this capital in 2027. I don't know what your sequence of letting people know what's going on, but I mean, they don't know. And nobody said anything about that, or as I said earlier, PFAS. So is there a major investment in 2027? If you don't have it handy, it's fine. You can get back to me on it.
There are major investments through a 3-year WISP period for a lot of those communities that were vocal, especially Brandywine, Belvedere, Fairfield Harbor are all in here.
Man, that's the icing on the cake, guys. If you've already got that planned and come down, it looks like the public witness hearings certainly mean something, and you heard them and we heard them, and then we can move forward from there. But thank you again for that. I appreciate it. That's all I have, Commissioner Vandervaart.
Good. I'm going to go ahead and go for questions on commissioner questions to see where we are. You all?
If I might bring us up to speed about a procedural issue here. First of all, we introduced the direct testimony. The questions have very naturally included interest in the direct and in the settlement testimony. We might, looking back at it, could have set it up a different way and we didn't. So this should perhaps have been anticipated, but we wanted to be sure for the record that it was clear that we know the questions have been in both categories and we want you to be mindful of that. And that will mean that I need to introduce the settlement testimony.
Sure.
Just technical thing. We are certainly ready to go ahead on questions. We'll have a lot of questions for this panel. I'll suggest that perhaps we could refine them and, be more crisp if we had a lunch break, but we'll do whatever the.
So you're saying you've got a lot of questions for commissioner questions?
Yes, on commissioner questions. And I do think that we can, be more
Maybe
succinct.
consolidate those
I think we
during,
could if
during
we-
lunchtime. That's good. Well, then what we'll do is we'll reconvene at 1:30.
Okay.
Okay? So
Thank you.
now adjourn.
Okay.
Going to come to order, and we're going to resume. I think we were, first of all, let's go on the record. And let me just from a procedural standpoint, right now, I believe we're going to go through the commissioners' questions for this panel. But this panel actually served two purposes. They talked about, they also talked about the settlement testimony. So after they're excused, then we're going to have the intervener witness. Then we're going to go to a combined panel from the public staff that includes folks that'll address questions for the WISP, the settlement testimony, and probably some accounting questions. And that, we got engineers on there as well? Okay, well then one size fits all is what you're saying. That sounds great. All right, so are we missing a witness? Was there there was nobody over there? You look kind of lonely there. So can I remind you that you are all still under oath, and I believe where we were is that the company was going to begin on commissioners' questions. Ms. Sanford?
Yes, thank you very much. Good afternoon, panelists. We did refine our questions over the lunch break, so that was time well spent. But we do have two or three. Mr. Denton, with respect to the questions principally from Commissioner Tucker about water quality, I want to review some of the things that have been discussed this morning with you or any other member of the panel. But there are the water quality complaints, as we understand, fall between primary and secondary water quality standards. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I believe you have stated in this proceeding that you are required to meet the primary water quality standards by law.
Correct.
You are not generally required by law to meet the secondary standards.
Correct.
But what are you doing about the understanding that without regard to the legal requirement, there are complaints from customers, there are concerns by the commission, you have concerns about the impact of secondary water quality issues. So tell us again, so we're clear on the record, what are you doing about these secondary water quality issues?
So and we obviously have heard from customers through the hearings, but even prior to that, we had heard from customers about issues with secondary water quality. And as a result of that, in this application, we have included projects to address secondary water quality concerns of customers through the 3 years. And we can actually list out for the commission, if they'd like, just a couple of those projects real quickly, just as a point of reference.
Yep, thank you. So this will be on stipulation exhibit 3, and I understand it's very small. That's why I had to pull out my laptop to get you the project numbers here. Project 2024-144 would be to address secondary contaminants at Old Point. That's expected to be in service October 2026. 2024-156, that's to address secondary contaminants at Belvedere, expected to be in service April 27. NCW 2027-007 is to address secondary contaminants at Brandywine Bay, expected to be in service April 2027. 2025-011 is a distribution leak detection and repair project on the water mains at Fairfield Harbor. That's expected to be in service June 2027. And then 2025-256 is the elevated water tank at Fairfield Harbor, expected to be in service December 2028.
And so you're not required by law to address these issues, but you are required by your view of adequate service. And these are the ways in which you're manifesting that obligation. Is that correct?
Correct, with the exception of the pressure one becomes more of a, at Fairfield Harbor becomes a bigger deal when, especially if we get too low in pressure within the system. So that one would be one that could become more primary than secondary.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. And you are in this case, in the settlement with the public staff, including some or all of these projects?
All of these projects.
All of these projects included in this case.
Yes.
And so if the stipulation is approved and if you are able to, then you proceed on these and you will recover prudent costs in rates. Is that correct?
Correct.
So there is a cost, there's a benefit to customers and a way to meet their complaints, but there is a cost.
Correct.
And that cost, if things proceed in the fashion we're talking about, are to be recognized and recovered in rates. Correct?
Correct.
I have no more questions, but I think Ms. Mitchell does.
If I may, just a few. Mr. Denton, Commissioner Tucker asked you a number of questions related to service quality concerns that have been voiced throughout the course of this proceeding. Do you remember those questions?
I do.
Okay. First, I would be remiss if I didn't ask you about your company's approach to boots on the ground across North Carolina. Isn't it the case, Mr. Denton, that Carolina Water has men and women out in the field across your service area, across the state?
We do.
Okay.
In 39 counties, roughly a little more than 80 personnel across the state.
And so on any given day, there could be a person or people out working on your systems, operating, maintaining your systems, addressing customers' concerns that arise. Is that
Yes,
correct?
every day.
Okay. And isn't it the case that at some of these public hearings, public commenters who may have service quality concerns have also said kind things about the people that work for you and your company?
They have.
Do you remember any of those comments?
Just that the local staff and basic tenor is the local staff is part of the community, that they resolve issues as they are approached. And we try and encourage that obviously for each of our operations staff in the community because this is where they work and live.
Okay. And Mr. Denton, isn't it the case that one of the interveners in this case in particular, Mr. Winterberg, who is here with us today, testified about some of the folks that regularly or routinely serve his community?
He did.
Do you remember what he said about those?
That basically the exact same thing, that they are just members of the community and they are continuing to resolve issues in a timely and efficient manner.
Okay. Commissioner Tucker's questions were fairly pointed about Carolina Water's record with its customers right now. And I'm going to ask you a few questions about that. But Mr. Denton, isn't it the case that this company has a long history of providing service that both the public staff and the commission have found to be adequate for purposes of using the statutory language, but sort of said another way, has provided service that has met the expectation of the public staff and the commission?
That is true. I would say, however, we are a company focused on continuous improvement. And that this is an area that, as I mentioned earlier in testimony, that this is the first time since my tenure of being with the company that we've heard such an outpouring from customers. And as a result, we're recommitting to our engagement with customers, making sure that they do know what we're doing to improve the systems, that we have these projects in the plans, and that we are focused on making sure that our stakeholder engagement continues to improve as we move ahead.
And you sort of got ahead of me there, Mr. Denton, but I was going to ask you, Commissioner Tucker asked you some hard questions. And what does it mean to you to hear from Commissioner Tucker and from the others when they raise concerns about the quality of service that y'all are providing?
We can do better. Absolutely. And this is something like we met with 29 communities this past year in community meetings. And we need to obviously do better. And that's something that we're committed to.
All right, last question. And Ms. Sanford got into this with you already, but isn't it the case, Mr. Denton, that the company is always endeavoring to balance the competing needs of its customers, to manage investments in the system that must be made to ensure compliance with law and regulation and to ensure reliable operation of your various systems, but also to meet the expectations of customers when those expectations might not be required by or sort of tied to a regulatory obligation. Let me ask the question again. Isn't it the case that it is your job to figure out how to balance all of those competing priorities?
It is. And it's seen actually in our plan and how we manage the plan throughout the WISM. That we actually have to potentially move projects around, whether it's because of an emerging EO or because of an unplanned project that emerges, that we have to be able to move projects around and reprioritize on a pretty regular basis. And so we end up doing that. Mr. Schellinger and I and the operations team and our project management team meet monthly and go through those projects and within the plan every month.
Okay, and this is the last question. As you're balancing those needs and sort of navigating the challenges that you all have to navigate on a daily basis, where are customers? Where are your customers' interests in terms of the things that are running through your mind and guiding your decisions? What are those customer interests?
Well, it really falls into our focus areas. Obviously, safety is number one. Service, quality, all of those are part of those driving factors. And so the customer actually touches all of those points for us. So involved in all of that. In an indirect way as we're reprioritizing. The direct contact then comes through when we start to solidify those projects and activate in the field.
All right, I have nothing further.
Commissioner Vandervaart, I have one final question and then would like to move some information into the record. If I might, the final question addresses Commissioner Tucker's concerns about communications. Mr. Denton, what has been your response to hearing what you've heard about the increased need for communication? I think you said you had 29 meetings last year.
We
Is
did.
that
We
correct?
did 29 meetings this past year with 29 different communities. We met with 29 different community groups this past year. We're going to actually focus on, and those 29 cover from a percentage basis, a much larger footprint of Carolina Water Service, but redouble our efforts. I mean, we are going to redouble our efforts. We're going to focus on, quite frankly, a broader stakeholder engagement plan, not just customers, but all of our key stakeholders, and making sure that we are being transparent and that they can understand exactly what we're doing and why we're doing it.
And haven't you, in fact, during the pendency of this proceeding, haven't you, in fact, had conversations at increased levels of communication and plans for communications with the interveners?
We have, and we've committed to quarterly meetings with those entities.
Okay. All right. Thank you. No more questions.
Does the public staff have any questions on commissioners' questions?
No questions.
Does the intervener, Mr. Ledford?
No questions.
I have two other questions, quick questions, which you will be allowed to ask on. Two real quick. The projects that you were just talking about, and you said, how are they manifested? Are they actually in the settlement with deadlines, all of the ones you listed?
They are.
Okay. And second of all, I forgot to ask a question near and dear to my heart. I came across the water losses across your system, and some of them are pretty large. In fact, you have a lot that are sort of above average, and that's above average in a bad way. It's sad because it's finished water, right? And so I guess my question is, how does that fit in? Do you just go ahead.
Yeah, we absolutely do, and Mr. Hill can help address this, but we primarily focus first and foremost on our purchased water systems, because those are obviously the most expensive, right? Because the rest of our systems are all well systems. So we start with purchase water and say, okay, great. Those are the ones we really put the primary focus on, making sure that we're minimizing water loss. The other systems, then we evaluate the cost benefit of actually having to find and then replace or maintain the piping where we're seeing losses. Mr. Hill, do you want to add anything?
No, nothing to add. I think just the point that we monitor those every month on every system, and then dig a little deeper than, as I'm sure you did, than percentages, because to Mr. Denton's point, we have to, a 20% loss on a system that only pumps minuscule amounts a day is really not as bad as it sounds, and sometimes doesn't work out on that cost benefit. But yeah, thank you.
No.
1 second, if I may. I need to enter. Well, I do need to verify the filings with them, if I could, to run through the litany of questions to confirm. I'll talk real fast. Mr. Denton, is this panel comprised of the same Donald Denton, Matthew Schellinger, and Dante DeStefano that testified as part of the company's direct testimony panel?
It is.
Mr. Denton, speaking on behalf of the panel, did you cause to be pre-filed in this docket on March 6, 2026, 10 pages of settlement testimony?
I did.
Does the panel have any changes or corrections to the panel's testimony?
I do not.
If I were to ask the panel the same questions that appear in the panel's testimony today, would the answers be the same?
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Vandervaart, at this time, I move the pre-filed settlement testimony of Mr. Denton, DeStefano, and Schellinger be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand. I also need to move 2 other items into the record. The company's January 31st, 2025 petition for an accounting order filed in W-354 sub 448. And finally, the company's October 15th, 2025 update to actual revenues, expenses, rate base, and cost of capital. That was filed in W-354 sub 450. And with that.
Any objections?
No. Okay.
So moved.
Thank you.
Okay. I think you're now excused. Mr. Ledford, I think your witness is next.
Thank you, Presiding Commissioner.
Mr. Winberg, can I get you to put your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand? Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Please be seated. Go ahead, Mr. Ledford.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Winberg, could you please state your full name for the record?
Jeffrey Winberg.
And could you please state your current role and capacity?
I am the president of the Carolina Trace Association in Sanford.
And could you please state your business address for the record?
51 Traceway South, Sanford.
And on whose behalf are you testifying?
On behalf of the Carolina Trace Association, Brandywine Owners Association, and Advocate Homes.
And Mr. Winberg, did you cause to be filed on February 6th, 2026, pre-filed direct testimony in this proceeding consisting of 21 pages that included 1 attachment and 5 exhibits?
That's correct, yes.
And do you have any corrections to that pre-filed direct testimony?
No.
And if I were to ask you the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
And did you cause to be filed on March 9th, 2026, a summary of your pre-filed direct testimony?
Yes.
And is the testimony set forth in your summary true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Thank you. Presiding Commissioner Vandervaart, I move the admission of witness Winberg's pre-filed direct testimony consisting of 21 pages, including 1 attachment and 5 exhibits, and request that it be copied into the record at the appropriate time as if given orally from the stand, and that Mr. Winberg's exhibits attached to his pre-filed direct testimony be marked for identification as pre-filed as Winberg Direct Exhibits 1 through 5 and admitted into evidence at the appropriate time.
Any objections?
No objections.
So moved.
Presiding Commissioner, Mr. Winberg is now available for questions from the commission.
All right, I'm looking. Anybody have any questions from? No? No? No questions. We'll study your testimony very carefully. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Commissioner Vandevart, I believe I only asked that the exhibits be introduced previously. I would move that they also be admitted into evidence.
Oh, very good. Any objections? No.
Nope.
So moved. All right, and we've got a large panel.
Yes, at this time, the public staff calls to the stand Michelle Boswell, Darrell Brown, Lindsay Q. Darden, Evan Hauser, and Shashi M. Bhatta.
Tell you what, before you sit down and get too comfy, maybe you could crowd around a Bible or two. All right, if you could get your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand, please. Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes, I do.
Please be seated.
Good afternoon. I'm going to begin with our WISP panel. So Ms. Bada, could you please state your name, business address, and position for the record?
I'm Sashi Bhatta, managing engineer with the public staff.
And your business address?
It's 430 North Salisbury Street, Raleigh, North Carolina.
Ms. Boswell, could you please state your name and position for the record?
Michelle Boswell, I'm Director of Accounting for the public staff.
And is your business address the same as Ms. Bada?
It is.
Mr. Brown, could you please state your name and position for the record?
Yes, my name is Darrell Brown. I'm a public utility regulatory. My business address, is 430 North Salisbury Street, Raleigh, North Carolina. I'm a public utility regulatory supervisor with the Water, Sewer, and Telecommunications Division of Accounting.
Thank you. And Mr. Hauser, please state your name and position for the record.
My name is Evan Hauser. I'm an engineer with the Public Staff Water, Sewer, Transportation, Telephone Division.
And your business address is the same as your coworkers?
That's correct.
Okay. Mr. Hauser, on behalf of the panel, on February 9th, 2026, did you cause to be pre-filed in docket number W-354 subs 448 and 450 joint direct testimony consisting of 71 pages, appendices A through D, and WISP panel exhibits 1 through 6?
Yes.
On March 6, 2026, did you cause to be pre-filed in the same in docket number W-354 subs 448A and 450A, a summary of your joint direct testimony?
Yes.
And with respect to these documents, do you have any changes or corrections?
No.
If you were asked the same questions today, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Presiding Commissioner Vandervaart, I respectfully move that the pre-filed direct joint testimony of witnesses Bada, Boswell, Brown, and Hauser and their pre-filed summary be copied into the record as if given orally from the stand, and that the 6 exhibits attached to their pre-filed joint direct testimony be identified as marked when filed.
Any objections? Other than from Commissioner McKissick?
No objections.
Independent phone.
So moved.
All right, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Bernier at this point.
Thank you. And I will introduce the settlement, the joint settlement testimony panel. Ms. Darden, please state your name, business address, and position for the record.
I'm Lindsay Darden, Director of the Water Sewer Telephone Transportation Division. Address is 430 North Salisbury Street.
Mr. Brown, your response would be the same as you just gave.
Yes, it would be.
Ms. Boswell, same for you.
It is.
Mr. Hauser?
Yes.
Mr. Hauser, as speaking for the panel, on March 5th, 2026, the panel caused to be pre-filed in docket number W-354 subs 448 and 450 joint settlement testimony consisting of 6 pages with no appendices or exhibits.
Yes.
And respect to the settlement testimony, does the panel have any changes or corrections to the testimony?
No.
If I were to ask you the same questions today under oath, would you, the panel, give the same answers and provide the same information as set forth in these filings?
Yes.
Presiding Commissioner Vandervaart, at this time, I would respectfully ask and move that the pre-filed joint settlement testimony be entered into evidence and copied into the record as if given orally from the stand here today.
Any objections?
No objections.
So moved.
Commissioner Vandervaart, the submitted panel is now available for commission questions.
Well, you're going to probably get a kind of a smorgasbord of questions here, so you'll forgive us since we're going to try to cover a few bases. I'm going to start with, and I don't know who would be best, probably Ms. Bata, but on the PFAS investments, the settlement includes a provision including requiring the company to evaluate the feasibility of interconnecting to other water systems as an alternative to installing PFAS controls. Could you explain a little bit what that evaluation entails and how the company will determine whether the interconnection is more cost effective?
Yes, sir. So Carolina Water System, according to the information that we received, they have approximately 22 sites. Instead of installing on-site treatment, there's an interconnection possibility for those sites. And what that entails is basically, first of all, Carolina Water needs to find out if the supplying water system has adequate source of supply to supply the system to replace the need or the source of supply that's going to replace this treatment at the well site or multiple wells. So that's first thing that you would approach. The next thing is how far away is the existing supplying system's water line? If it's too far, it might cost too much to interconnect and install the new line to bring it up to your system. So that's another thing. So at least those two, and then I mean Carolina Water has done multiple interconnections, so they probably know what exactly they need to get into. But I think those are the two things that they at least should explore and get a tentative idea of how much it's going to cost versus each treatment that they're planning on site.
So the question that came to my mind was that, if I'm understanding this correctly, they're going to be going forward, getting payments as if they're going to put control technologies in, but there may be a number of cases where an interconnection might be cheaper. Is there a mechanism, and or explain how, if that happens, the monies, the difference will come back to the ratepayer in some way? There's a mechanism for that?
There is a mechanism, yes, there is a process that we.
And will they be coming to you to say, hey, we got some cash in the sofa pillows, or do you have to say, wait a minute, you've interconnected a number of times? How does that work?
So basically, when they come in for a next rate case, that's when we would, so right now we're looking at planned projects and estimated cost for each project, right? Assuming that's how they're going to proceed.
Yeah.
But because of this inquiry that we have made, and a company is willing to look into it and see if it's a cheaper alternative, How it's going to work is when they come in for the next rate case, they will provide the plant in service information to us to investigate and see how much, and we also look at how much did it actually cost for them to put that project in service. So that's when it's investigated and evaluated, and if it was useful and prudent and used and useful, then we will recommend that to be incorporated into the overall plant in service next time.
It may take a number of years before that's resolved. Is that right?
At least, I mean, I know they have Carolina Water has plans for the rate year 1, 2, and 3 to install all the 29 treatment systems that they're planning for PFAS. So at least hopefully by the next rate case, if it comes in around the same time, we have received this about 2.5, almost close to 3 years.
Yeah.
So yeah, in about 3 years is when we're going to know.
Shucks. I think this is an accounting question. There was apparently a pretty large unreconciled balance between the two camps. And I think it was close to just under, maybe under $2 million. Can anybody explain, has that been resolved? Has that been reconciled?
It has been reconciled within the confines of the settlement exhibit before the commission today.
That's awesome. Great. Let me ask, do you have anybody can add? I think Ms. Bata again, the lost water. And that's just a bugaboo of mine because, again, I understand that if you got a small system, you're only losing 20%. It may not make sense to go track it down and fix it. On the other hand, if it's a 50% loss and it's pretty large, you're going to be washing away somebody's driveway, maybe. I don't know. So I guess my point is where are you all on? I may be wrong, but I didn't see anything about corrective actions or monitoring for, water losses. Is that the?
Commissioner Vandervaart, I'm going to let
Sorry.
Miss Lindy Darden cover that question.
Dive right in.
Since I did not. I mean, I can talk about it, but I'll let her,
No.
especially for this rate case.
No, let her. That's great. Thanks.
This is reflected in the public staff recommendation for the purchase water expense. We recommend adjusting for water loss down to either 15 or 20%, depending on what region the purchase water is in. And we made that adjustment in our direct, and that's included in the settlement testimony or the settlement.
It is in the settlement.
Yes.
I must have missed that. That's fantastic.
It's buried in the purchase water expense in the settlement.
It's not going to wash away there, is it? Okay. Let's see. That may be all I have right now. Are there any other questions from the commission? Obviously, you first. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just a question about in the program, if there is a project that has been placed in and it's not achieved, and there's a certain number of projects that are not achieved, there's a penalty in the banding on the rate of return. In a case where a PFAS mediation is in the plan, but is not built because of an interconnection, will that count as a failure to perform part of the improvement plan and lead to a penalty?
For the purposes of the timely completion metric, if the scope of the original project was to remediate PFAS, I think it would be reasonable for the interconnection, which achieves the same purpose, to count for the same project. So if your plan was to address PFAS and you did it via different means than originally anticipated, I would say that would be complete, in my opinion.
But that's an opinion. It's not definitely written as such.
I don't think that's explicitly stated in the metric, but I think if the commission agrees that the completion of the intended scope, I think we would support that.
Well, I would tend to agree. It makes common sense. However, this is government.
I believe that's the appropriate way to implement the metric.
All right. Thank you.
That's right.
Thank you, Commissioner Vandervaart. Just a couple of questions. You heard me about the consumer complaints earlier today. I think most of you were in here when that was being discussed. And you are asking us now as a commission to approve this settlement in light of all the service complaints. How do we reconcile that as a commission that it's just and reasonable for this amount of rate increase?
You mean in relation to the customer service, the rate increase?
Correct.
There's a lot that the public staff sees that the commission doesn't see. As far as when it comes to customer service, we work with DEQ and have access to DEQ. We work directly with the company. We get complaints through consumer services directly to the public staff that we work with them on. So I think a lot of your questions kind of from sitting in the back hearing kind of pointed out that there's a lot that the commission doesn't see that does go on behind the scenes. And the public staff is open to as much communication flow as you want for us to pass on to you. Or, I mean, we agreed with what witness Denton said about more meetings and more communications with the customers. We agree to that. In light of the rate increase, I think it's hard always necessarily to tie the two and two together, as we discussed before, of improved water quality usually comes with an increased cost. So it's striking the balance between that with these rate increases and the issues that are coming up for the customers.
So, Ms. Darden, you saying that a 40% increase in your thought process of settlement and through negotiations on things that we don't see, you think a 40% increase is in line with all the number of customer complaints that are there? I don't believe you were at the public witness hearings. Maybe you were. I know that wouldn't be new to you. So, I mean, what weight was placed on the fact that you knew through public staff that you had over 1,100 complaints in 3 years, whether they were valid or not? What weight did you put forth in that to be able to come up with a 40% increase? Was there consideration or was there not? I know you're agreeing with more communication, more meetings, more whatever this company's going to do, but was that any kind of evaluation for this increase? Or would it be a reduced increase if, you would weight the fact that there are a large number of customer complaints that have not been addressed or even communicated to properly? Was there any weight in that in your discussion in trying to come to a settlement in this? Because by the time it gets to a settlement, we really don't have any information unless we reject the settlement and do the settlement ourselves. With your help, I don't know what the process is if we reject one, but I know we have to approve it in totality, and that's what I'm trying to get to, is how much weight was given to that.
Yeah, I mean, when we're looking at, when it comes to the overall rate increase, that's pieces and parts of the settlement. So we're reviewing the application for reasonable, prudent. We're in the accumulation of the settlement is different pieces and parts. So as the public staff, we're not coming at it as we think this overall increase is appropriate. We think that we're looking at all the components that result in the increase to be the reasonable and prudence. It's not tied hand in hand with specifically customer service or really specifically any one component of the application.
Well, and I will add in addition for your question, as part of our review for both plant and service and O&M pieces, we do look at some of the complaints we have received both in and out of the rate case to see if some of the plants adds and O&M adds that they're requesting resolve some of those items as well. And anything we ever present to the commission is always what the public staff believes to be the reasonable cost of providing quality utility service.
Okay, so, well, your staff, public staff gets those calls from customers that complain. They come into you guys, right? So you know what's going on even more so than we do, even though we do get a few who are able to get through to try to talk to us or to our staff. You know what's going on. And if there's a plethora of complaints, you really are not looking at that as being an obstacle to reaching a settlement?
Well, I just want to throw out too, I know that you mentioned 1,000 complaints. From what we have seen on our end through our consumer services, we get a less than 100 complaints in the past few years for Carolina Water. And that includes all kind of complaints of billing disputes, billing issues, service quality, water quality. So it's, there's different side than just that complaint log that Carolina Water has shown, and then what we're seeing on our end as well.
Well, I guess I'm not here what I want to, but that's okay. It's a fair answer, and I'm okay with that as far as it goes. I don't know where the 1,100 came from me. I was told by staff that there were 1,100 complaints over 3 years, and they would generally come into you guys. So if you're saying there's only 100, then I'll accept your statement that there's only 100, subject to check, of course. Well, I guess my last question would be, based on the rate increase, based on the company's performance, based on public staff settlement, and based on what this commission can do, is there any recommendations from public staff to the commission on how we can make sure these issues are addressed, other than we're looking into it, that we're going to have more meetings, we're going to have better communication, all that's out there? But the complaints have been here for a long time, 10 years, whatever, whether they're warranted or not. Do you have any recommendations, Mr. Arden, as to how we can motivate Carolina Water or public staff, put some weight into the fact of the customer service and quality of service should be related in a rate case?
Yeah, hearing all the conversations today, there were secondary water quality reports that the commission used to file, or the Carolina Water used to file with the public staff and the commission. Those were, I believe, canceled in 2021 by the commission, but I think that's something that we could bring up, and I'll let Mr. Hauser talk a little bit more about that to give some context.
Yeah, so regarding secondary water quality, Aqua currently has a reporting requirement related to secondary water quality in its systems. And it's based on a certain threshold by subdivision or service area. I think it's actually by subdivision specifically. And if they exceed a certain threshold, they'll report on that. And the report is collaborative. They send it to us. We'll provide feedback. We'll provide feedback. They respond, and then that gets filed in the docket. If the commission is interested in additional reporting, and I know we heard from Witness Denton that they're interested in working with customers, talking with them, having meetings, and essentially kind of going the extra step to address some of these complaints. That's my interpretation of what he said. We'd be supportive of that as well if the commission was interested in going there. Regarding addressing service quality issues, I believe Commissioner Gaida, is that correct? I think you asked if there were additional metrics that could be involved. We had discussions with the company in their annual meeting regarding their merger with Nexus. And we talked a little bit about a measurement, which was first call resolution, I believe, which is when the company speaks to a customer on the phone, do they call back within a certain amount of time? And we didn't recommend that in this case to be implemented. It sounded like from the conversations that it was a bit new, and at what point do you say, yes, they called back about the same thing? But that could be something in the future as well to report on that may help see our customer concerns being addressed. Again, wasn't one of our recommendations in this case, but if the commission's interested in looking into those things, that could be a potential additional reporting if that's something that you were interested in seeing.
Well, I don't know that additional reporting does a great deal of good. I think there's been reporting over the years to amass what's happening now. You heard Mr. Denton say he's seeing more voices from customers, hearing loud that they're are not satisfied with a number of things. And of course, a lot of them in the public hearing don't want a rate increase at all, fixed income, et cetera. But, I don't want to, again, micromanage them. By the way, you mentioned Aqua. They've got some of the problems too as well. I mean, I think Commissioner Vandervart's favorite is the guy had 59 outages and had to fill his bathtub up to flush his commode. But then he didn't tell us he was living on the side of a mountain and pretty hard to get the water up there. But I don't want to put any extra reporting on Carolina Water Service or have you guys look into something. I'm just simply saying it ought to be a qualifying factor in whether or not a rate increase goes forward or not. And if so, that rate increase needs to be tied to some sort of metric that you're talking about that makes sure that it gets done. I don't care how it gets done. I just want it to get done. That's all. And you basically have Ms. Darden's recommendation, yours on the metric that Commissioner Gotta talked about. You know, I guess if that's the only way we can get at it, I sit in a position where I'm a bit flustered as a commissioner not being able to do more because the settlement's made before we ever get to this. Nothing I can do about it, which is fine. I appreciate y'all's hard work on the settlement as always and making things, you know, work out for both parties involved. But you got that just and reasonable language, and somehow, some way, it's not, in some areas, not just and reasonable for the customer's interest. And I just you know, convey to you that if you could put more weight into this as we move forward, at least keep it highlighted so we know some changes are happening and some things are going on and performance is being hit and communication's been made. Thank you, Mr. Howes, for that response. I don't have any further questions, sir.
If I could add something related to the secondary water quality contaminants. So I know not just iron and manganese are secondary water quality contaminants. And we've heard from customers that have complained about the smell in their water and ammonia smell, sulfur smell. And those are not regulated. And our rules say that the water systems must comply with the DEQ MCL requirements. So we are a lot of time focusing on that. Are you meeting the MCL goals? Are you meeting the Safe Drinking Water Act? So where it comes to ammonia smell and hardness, for example, I mean, maybe the commission can give us clear direction as to, okay, systems, you do above and beyond than what some minimum requirement is. So you meet those, I mean, you try to satisfy your customers. Is that what the commission wants? So when we review the plant in service, we're making sure that, okay, you're not unnecessarily installing treatments if it's not needed, especially, I mean, we're going back to the Safe Drinking Water Act. What does it require? And about iron and manganese, yes, we do listen to the customer complaints, and North Carolina also looks at the iron and manganese a little differently than the federal government does. So there's that, I guess, the not clear understanding of what the expectation is for going above and beyond. And does it make sense for the systems to do? So I don't know if that's something that could be clarified from the commission.
Okay, well, thank you for that. And anybody that calls in, you can always refer them to sections F and G. That would be the answer. And sections F and G really say we're doing what we're supposed to do, and they don't tell them it's the minimum, but you know, I don't mind you tell them it's going to cost more money. If you want those things removed, like you're saying, it's going to just cost more money. But I mean, the folks that have the problem are being told we're doing what we're supposed to do. And we refer you to sections F and G if you have any questions. I mean, you know, I've got a car that the brakes squeak when I stop. And the dealership told me, well, that's just the way it is. And so I'm living with it just like these people are living with it. But I'd pay more money to put a different set of brakes on it to keep them squealing. They need to pay more money if they want secondary water quality to be taken care of. So, you know, I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
But yeah, we might want to consider doing that, put it in there that that they do that. That would be a sweeping change, but it'd be a costly change. But if you're going to go up 40%, what's 45 if it's going to, you know, clear up the secondary water quality problems? I mean, wow. Thank you. Bye.
Chairman Brawley.
I want to follow up on something I think I just heard. In cases of things like ammonia smells and sulfur dioxide or hydrogen sulfide smells, because that's not actually regulated, they might be denied recovery of expenditures to eliminate those spills?
So when we review the planned projects, we ask like, why are you incorporating this into your plan? What issues have you had? Do you need to meet any of the Safe Drinking Water Act? Have you exceeded the MCL? Things like that, right? So usually when it comes to unregulated, like secondary contaminants, it depends on some people will complain about it and some people won't. I mean, if you see brown water and like somebody did not complain about PFAS because you can't see it, but that is a primary contaminant that's going to be regulated. So what I'm saying is it causes confusion. I mean, I've been here for almost 4 years, but we try to focus on, is it really necessary for you to install it into the system? Because the more systems or treatments you want to install, the more expensive it gets. And we also have customers that complain about, oh, it's going to cost too much. We don't want to pay that much. So I don't know where that balance is when it's not a contaminant that's regulated to be under a certain limit.
Let me ask it another way.
I'll let my director, Ms. Darden.
Yeah, because I could see
input some more.
there was confusion, but I get the sense that this might be a judgment call, that there's not a bright line. I mean, PFAS, we know you've got to treat PFAS.
Exactly.
We know that you can't have a lot of coliform in your water, but we don't have a bright line on bad smells or bad appearance. And so that becomes a judgment call.
Exactly.
And so, and I don't mean to imply that they will never be allowed to recover, but they don't know until it's discussed and negotiated. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
I just wanted to clarify that it's what your initial question of, does it have to be a primary contaminant and does it have to fall within a rule to get recovery? That is not what is the deciding factor of if the company gets to recover it.
I recognize I might not have asked that well. What I was really concerned about is how hard it is for them, or is it, I could see there might be situations where people will ask them to do something and they can't immediately say, yeah, we can do it, because they don't know that they can recover the cost.
Well,
but I'm not saying y'all are being unreasonable. I think you are. It's just that the sense I have is that the rules that would apply to these decisions are not clear. There's not a bright line that you know that you can. Okay, I see Ms.
There's not a necessarily like set of rules, but if you have a primary, it's really our evaluation for every project is it reasonable and prudent? If it's a primary contaminant, that's going to be a reasonable and prudent problem.
Okay.
The rest, it's, based on a really case-by-case basis.
Well, I think we've got sufficient information to get a sense of the ambiguity, and that's what I wanted to establish. Thank you.
Commissioner McKissick.
I believe all of you were here earlier when the prior panel was testifying. Would that be a correct assumption?
Yes.
Very good. One question which I raised with Mr. Denton at the time is whether Carolina Water was open to what I will refer to as a supplemental stipulation that would potentially set forth first the secondary water quality projects that they intend to pursue during this Swiss cycle. Secondly, what I heard as being articulated in terms of an approach that they intend to use in dealing with the homeowners associations and going out and communicating with them, something that more specifically formalizes what's been testified to, which is not really a part of any stipulation that's before us at this time. And of course, he was open to doing so. And I think that another factor which I put in there is that obviously today, the public staff receives regular reports on projects that are ongoing, but a lot of that information does not get to our commission. And they would be including some additional reports that would come to the commission relating to the issues that have been discussed during this particular hearing. Does the public staff have any objections to entering into a further stipulation that might address those three concerns? among others
No.
that you might think are appropriate?
No, we wouldn't object.
Okay. That's all I needed to know. 'Cause I think what I'm hearing is that there are commissioners that want to see us go further and beyond what's in the stipulation that's before us at this time. And likewise, feel as if based upon information that came forth during the public hearings, has not been specifically addressed in a meaningful way in the stipulation that's before us. And it's something that could be pointed to as a policies that move forth as a result of this case in a more meaningful, profound, and substantial way that will help ratepayers understand what is occurring. So if some effort could be put forth toward accomplishing that, I think it would go a very long way. Since I sat through this public hearings, I heard the testimony, I've read through the responses filed by Carolina Water, and I appreciate the hard work that goes into that. And I know the hard work and diligent work the public staff engages on a regular, ongoing basis as they deal with matters related to the concerns that were articulated. But see what you all can do to get to that, and I think that will help us a lot. Thank you.
I just have to follow up on Chairman Brawley's question, which I'm a little confused now. I get it. If you've got a primary standard, you got to meet. Obviously, they've got to meet it to deliver service, and that's going to, as long as they don't, as long as they're not wasteful, that should be recovered. Is that more or less right?
Yes.
And if there is like system interruptions that occur a lot, that then it gets a little bit more difficult because, how much is a lot? But delivering service means not having 59 interruptions, say. So conceivably, if it was severe enough, that could be reimbursed as falling under a requirement to deliver service. What I don't understand though is, did I understand that there are certain circumstances whereby the company, and I think it raises a question about the fact the settlement had some projects they wanted to do to treat secondary standards, but I may have gotten that wrong. But are you saying there's some cases where you're just purely putting in controls and spending money to control a secondary standard, and that could still be paid for? Because now you're opening up a new vista that is a little more difficult, because the primary standard has a number. It's very easy to figure out whether you're above it or below it. There are various protocols you gotta meet to do the testing. But on some of these aesthetic standards like odor and color, it starts getting a little bit dicey. So you're saying that there are times when you would support reimbursement for controlling a secondary standard, and there are times when you wouldn't? And do you have any policy statement as to how you'd make that determination? Or did I get that wrong?
So in this rate case, we're reviewing the CIP's projects. And as Carolina Water indicated, there are projects in there to deal with secondary water standards, and those are included in the settlement. That's included in the rate increase of addressing some of these secondary water quality issues.
So how does that work? So forget the settlement. Let's say Aqua comes in next week and says, we got 15 projects all to try to take out a little bit of iron. Do those get reimbursed?
I mean, the company would come in and they make their case, they have their support, whereas
How do they make
we're
their case?
doing discovery and data requests. They're providing their project books, their tracking sheets, they're giving us their engineers reports.
Right, but what does it say? Yes, it's brown. It's really brown?
I mean, it depends on the specific case. In this specific case, the public staff did not make any adjustments for any projects based on reasonable and prudency.
You mean in the settlement?
Yes, in the
That's
settlement.
because you're doing it in the context of a settlement, right?
So they
But we
had
would
it in the
take-
plan from the beginning. They had the secondary water, the 3 projects that were mentioned,
they can
not
have-
just for the 7.
they can
Yes,
ha-
I
They can
mean,
have that, but.
they can
what-
have that.
And they get it in the context of a settlement. I guess I'm trying to understand what I think what Chairman Brawley was talking about is that it gets difficult because there is no numerical value for all of these secondary standards. Maybe
And-
there should be, maybe.
There is for iron and manganese in North Carolina,
Sure.
but there are other secondary contaminants like the odor.
But
Um,
my point is when, do you have a protocol that explains when reimbursement is reasonable and when it isn't on something like this?
There's not a defined protocol, I think, as you're suggesting. And I think this kind of circles back to the greater discussion that we've been having of water quality, like all the customers who are coming in and saying, I can't drink my water, I have brown water. That water might pass the primary standards, but should those customers have to drink brown water? Should they have water that's staining their clothes and their
I get it,
machines?
but
So
sometimes it only stains it a little bit, and sometimes it only is a little smelly. And so I feel for you and I feel for us because we get all these, I guess my point is wouldn't it be good to maybe attach some numbers to those so that we can all feel like we know what we're doing when somebody comes in? Anyway,
I think that's the secondary water quality report that the companies, I mean, Carolina Water used to do. That's where that would come in. Like,
Yeah,
okay,
you got
this
plenty of
is really
data.
people have complained about this issue.
Yeah, you got
Maybe
plenty of
it's
data.
about time to install treatment.
You got plenty of data. And I just, and I think, everybody would love to get somebody else to pay for a control device to put on, or controls on their system, if they want to, if they can afford it and somebody else may not be able to afford it, right? And so it's very, primary water quality standards are just great because there's a numerical value. We all agree that if you go over the numerical value for a certain amount of time, for a certain weight, you get sick. So let's
Yeah,
stop
there are
that.
health effects.
Let's stop it, right? But then you get into the secondary standards and it's like odor, color, crazy. Anyway, all I'm saying is I get it in the context of settlement. Going forward though, I'd really like to understand when you give reimbursement and when you don't, if you get into that situation. But anyway, thanks very much. Any other questions? So now we get
Presiding Commissioner Vandervaart, Peter Ledford, I have a few for the panel. Good afternoon, y'all. Commissioner Tucker asked you a few questions about service quality and customer complaints about service quality, correct?
Yes.
And is there testimony in the record at this hearing from ratepayers who were concerned enough about service quality to intervene in this proceeding?
Yes.
And Commissioner Tucker also asked you questions about the rate impacts on customers, correct?
Yes.
And is there testimony in the record at this hearing from ratepayers who were concerned enough about the rate impacts to intervene in this proceeding?
Yes.
And then Commissioner Tucker asked you some questions about whether the rates in the stipulation are just and reasonable, correct?
Correct.
And then Ms. Darden, you attached to your testimony the public staff's policy on the acquisition of non-viable water and sewer systems, correct?
Yes.
And that policy sets out that it's the public staff's position on gradualism for the purpose of those systems, correct?
Those are specific to the non-viable small water systems, yes.
Right. And that policy opposes rate increases of more than 25% for those systems, correct? At the acquisition?
I believe it's more than 75% of the acquirer's average bill.
And if it's below 75% of the average bill, the increase is only to the 75% level, correct? So does this stipulation that's before the commission increase rates by more than 25%?
It's hard to say what an individual rate is with the different rate classifications and the rate design. You can, it's hard, you would need the specific rate classification of what you're looking for the exact percentage.
Okay, thank you.
No questions from the public staff.
No questions.
No question. All right, then you're excused. So does it, any motions to, oh, you've already done that, right?
Over here, yes, if I could please move that the WIS panel exhibits 1 through 6 that were previously identified be entered into the record.
Any objections? Any objections? No objections. So moved.
And point of procedure, we do have additional direct testimony that has not been admitted into the record that I'd like to go ahead and do that now with the individual witnesses that are up there, if I may.
Sure.
Ms. Darden, on February 9th, 2026, did you cause to be filed in docket 354 sub 448 and 450 direct testimony consisting of 40 pages, which included an exhibit A and 10 exhibits?
Yes.
And on March 6th, did you cause to be pre-filed a summary of your direct testimony?
Yes.
Do you have any changes or corrections to either the direct testimony or summary?
No.
If I were to ask you the same questions today on the oath, would you give the same answers and provide the same information as set forth in those filings?
Yes.
Ms. Bata, on February 6th, you caused to be pre-filed in docket number 354, sub 448, docket number 354, 450. Direct testimony consisting of 18 pages, which included an appendix A and 1 exhibit.
Yes.
And on March 6th, did you cause to be pre-filed in the same dockets, a summary of your direct testimony?
Yes.
I'm sorry, not in the same docket, in 44A and 450A.
Correct. Yes.
With respect to your direct testimony and summary, do you have any changes or corrections?
No, I do not.
If I were to ask you the same questions today on the oath, would you give the same answers and provide the same information as set forth in these filings?
I would.
Mr. Hauser, on February 6, 2026, did you cause to be pre-filed in docket number 354, sub 448 and sub 450, direct testimony consisting of 15 pages, which included an appendix A and 1 exhibit?
Yes.
And on March 6, 2026, did you cause to be pre-filed in docket number 354, sub 44A and sub 450A, a summary of your direct testimony?
Yes.
With respect to your direct testimony and the summary, do you have any changes or corrections?
No.
If I were to ask you the same questions today on the oath, would you give the same answers and provide the same information as set forth in these filings?
Yes.
No, I'll just need to, I'll get those first. Presiding Commissioner Vandervaart, at this time, I'd like respectfully ask and move that the pre-filed direct testimony of witnesses Lindsay Darden, Shashi Bata, and Evan Hauser, including the appendices and their exhibits, be moved into the record as if given orally from the stand here today and entered into evidence. And I'll also move that Ms. Darden's 10 exhibits, Ms. Bata's 1 exhibit, and Mr. Hauser's 1 exhibit, previously marked, be entered into evidence and made part of the record.
Any objections?
No objections.
So moved.
Thank you. The public staff also has, and I submit as a commission's preference, we have the direct testimony and summary of the accountant panel. We have some of the accountants here currently sworn in, and some have not been. And we also have 2 more engineers who submitted direct testimony, who are present in the room but have not yet been sworn in. If the commission has questions for the rest of the accounting panel or for those 2 engineers, then we would call them, but if not, we would like to go ahead and move their testimony and summaries into the record.
I think we're good, but are you saying that you're going to move to enter their testimony without swearing them in? Without objection?
If the company does not object, I believe the commission.
Yeah,
may
we can do
that.
it, sure. But I mean, you have to move it and I want to hear them say they're fine with it.
Yes, sir.
We have no objections.
Mr. Ledford?
No objection.
Okay, so move.
So for the record, let me just run through that. The process of identifying testimony. So, presiding commissioner, on February 6th, Mr. Dungara filed direct testimony in docket number 354, sub 448 and sub 450, direct testimony consisting of 24 pages, including an appendix A and no exhibits. And in sub 44A and sub 450A, Mr. Dungara filed on March 6th, summary of his direct testimony. On February 6th, Mr. Wilcat filed direct testimony in dockets 354, sub 44A and 450, consisting of 22 pages, an appendix A and 7 exhibits. And on March 6th, in docket 448A and sub 450A, file a summary of his direct testimony. And then as to the accountants, on February 9th, 2026, the public staff filed on the accounting panel the direct testimony of Ms. Boswell, the joint direct testimony of Ms. Boswell, Mr. Brown, Mr. Darius Cofield, Ms. Bailey Donnelly, Mr. David Lentz, in dockets 44A, 448, and 450, consisting of 35 pages, appendices A through E, and 1 exhibit. And on March 6th, that panel filed a summary of the joint direct testimony in dockets subs 448A, 450A. And if, without objection, the public staff moves that these individuals' direct testimony, the summaries, and the exhibits as I've described to be admitted into evidence and admitted as part of the record.
And without objection, that was so moved. So any other procedural matters?
And just to be clear, because I'm not sure if I actually did it, but the exhibits attached to the direct testimony of Ms. Darden, Mr. Hauser, and Ms. Bata be moved and admitted into evidence into the records as well.
Any objection? No objections?
No objections.
So moved.
Thank you. Public staff does not have any additional.
Any other questions by the commissioners? You're excused. So there won't be, Ms. Sanford, there's no need for you to pull up your,
Correct. We don't need to pull our panel back up. Thank you.
okay, well, at this time, we are adjourned. Thank you very much.